Guys, am I audible?
Yes. Shall we start? Today we are going to talk about the topic which is related to your fourth unit, global trends in business and management. And we'll see all this one, what is as per your syllabus. And can you see my screen?
No, sir.
Now it's visible, sir.
Now, what is globalization and what is internationalization, first of all? What is globalization and what is internationalization? Why we have to go for
So globalization is open market system, access to all countries freely from in and from one country. And internationalization is approaching a world market for our own products and services.
So when a country is moving from one country to other country, crossing the borders to five or more countries, what you call as international companies. And when you say when the company is operating, crossing the borders to every country in the world, we call it as a global. And is there a difference between global and international? Is there any difference between global and international? Definitely there will be difference, but we will not see much difference between them. Suppose you take international, so we are now moving to 5 countries. Like you take our nearest Asian countries. We have South Africa. We have this Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, then Maldives, then you are Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, etc. These are we have one block, a trading block. We call it Asian countries. Now we say SAARC countries and Asian countries. So SAARC countries, we talk about how we are moving. So we have some agendas, we have some functions. According to that function, we will make the business. Now we take Asian countries also. We have the same functions, differing with country to country, and we will do the business. But I am not the part of a Asian country. I am not the part of SAARC countries. How can I do the business? You can do the business. The countries which are not in the part of Asian countries or SAARC countries, you can approach the countries. You have a bilateral relation between them, and you move to the countries, 1 country, 2 countries, 3 countries, or 5 countries. So you can do your business. That we say international. Suppose you want to conquer more countries throughout the world. 180 countries are there, 182 countries are which are recognized as UNO and WTO. So suppose you want to do that business, then we call it as the global countries. But we see according to national, international and global, there is some differences there where you have to follow the rules and traditions in the global country. Rules. Suppose you suppose I say Singapore, China. I cannot do the same ad which I given in India. Suppose I give example for thumbs up or Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola. Suppose I give the advertisement for Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola meaning in the China language is different. you have to change according to your requirements when you go globally. Suppose internationalization, okay, we can manage with the one which is with the international. Now, when you think this, then how you go for the global? It's not like that I am having more money so I can go and invest in foreign countries. Yes, you can go and invest in foreign countries. Only one thing is you have to see whether it is feasible for you or not feasible for you. So when it's feasible for you, how you make it? Now you have to decide. You see this as deciding organizational structure. What type of structure you have? What type of structure you have? Now according to that you have to make it. Suppose you take a Infosys company. What type of structure you have? What a Tata you have? You have what Tata is also international. Infosys is also international. Of course, it is Indian company, but operating in multinational companies. So the structure you require, organizational structure, who is the boss, who is the director, who is the CEO, all this one you make it, and selecting a managerial approach, whether it is feasible for you to go for a global market. Okay, one or two countries, okay, no problem, you can manage, but it is global. So what are the continents you have? According to the continents, you have to make your business. So adjusting the management process, where you have to invest, what you have to produce, how much you have to produce. So learning to handle differences. What is the difference between you, the country, the home country, and domestic country, and the international country, or global country? Guest country and host country. So we talk about whether it's the financial status of the public, or the stability of the government, non-stability of the government, then what you call judiciary laws, business laws we say, and the competition laws, and all this you take the differences, and deciding how to enter in that market. So whether you want to enter into the single hand investment, single company investment, or a multi, or you have a joint venture company with other domestic company and do the business, or do you a partnership with other companies and make it a single company and make it work it. So that strategy is hard to follow, and deciding which market to enter. Whether you want to enter into FMCG product, whether you want to enter into banking or insurance or FMCG or production or operations, what are the services you'd like to have, then you decide to enter, and then deciding whether it's a go global, whether you go for a one country, two country, then after goes 5 countries, then after go to 10 countries, then go after that successful getting going for a global company. So this is how we talk about the globalization aspect. When you talk about this structure, what are the macros that is impacting on the political risk and impact on the international business? Now, when you talk about the risk, you have a macro risk, we say exploration of the corporate assets without promote. You have to make it your company. You have to promote without any loss. So the impact is loss of future profits and adequate compensation. Now, when you say that, how you promote it? Suppose if I go to any China country, or Singapore, or Malaysia, or Thailand, or America, or US, or Japan, now I have to promote my product. You see that your macro, that is your exploration of the corporate assets, how much you can invest, and how much you can make the promotion of that in that country. Suppose it's joint venture, okay, no problem. The domestic country which is having joint venture, that will take care of, and you have to support in the form of the investment. So if any loss is there, you have to make it adequate compensation to them, and we say barriers to repatriation of profit. How you are going to share the profit between the member companies, whether it's domestic companies or host countries or guest countries. Suppose if I say Tata AIG is there. Tata is the Indian company and AIG is the American company. Suppose the profit comes, how you share the profits between the companies or between the nations? If 2 or 3 companies coming together and forming a big company in one country, then how the profit will be shared? For example, you take the old one, Vespa and LML. Of course, LML is not there now in the market, but Vespa we have. Again, it is re-entered into the market with a company brand we call Ape. So earlier we have LML Vespa scooters, Lohiya Motor Limited of India and Ape from Japan. Now, when you talk about this, so they decided how to distribute the profit because they don't want to become a joint venture now. So they went to international court and asked for the profit sharing. Then the court says because this is an investment made by you both of you, whatever the profit is there, you share between you, or loss is there shared between you, but it is out of the court. So we can't interfere in this profit sharing because based on your investment, you take the profit, and that court should solve that case should be solved out of the court between you. Because it is between the two companies and the confiscation of their properties. Now, no motivation to improve efficiency or loss of assets and future options. So you say if you are done loss, you cannot be having any profits in that country. Mostly the rules, government rules and regulations. Now we talk about the present Indian government has made a competition commission of India, CI, the recently 2024 amendment. As of course, you have a competitive act in India, which is of 2013. That is a MRTP Act has become Monopoly Restricted Trade Act become as a Competition Act in India 2013, and that what it says we are equal to foreign companies are equal to Indian companies. So they have to abide the rules and regulations of the government. And you loss of technology and other intellectual properties. So loss of future profits. Suppose you are using the technology, and if you are some intellectual property rights. Now, when you are doing all this, that will be vested with you the powers. But when you are going for a global, that will not be. It will be a risk of going the intellectual property rights. Somebody will be copying the product and do modification and do a duplicate product and enter into the international market, like your Samsung and Apple. So they say that Samsung says I invented a Apple phone, smartphone features. Apple says I invented the smartphone features. So one is claiming over the other. And a campaign against the foreign goods campaign. So loss of sales and increased cost of public relations. Now that's why when you say when the foreign goods are coming into a domestic company, we see that the cost of the domestic company will the sales will not be growing. Sales will be decreasing. So in that case, what we'll do, we'll make it as anti-dumping duties and make the product equal to the foreign good product, and let the customer will buy the product according to the requirements. So loss of share will be there, and the increasing cost of public relations. So the public will be going from you and going to other company. So mandatory labor legislations, yes, increase operating cost. Now we say mandatory labor legislation, since we have to follow each and every country rules and regulations. Suppose a Tata company operating in America, in Jaguar company, or your Lakshmi Mittal. Tata acquired Lakshmi Mittal company in Luxembourg. So they have to accordingly rules and regulations should be followed according to their country, not as India. Suppose you take Indian country. Suppose you take a best example of HSBC company, Hong Kong and Shanghai Corporation Bank of China. We say that they have dismissed our employees from the HSB Bank during 2020, 15 or 16. So what is the reason? No, you are not working properly. Your absenteeism is there, and they said your feedback is less. And but how can you say that his feedback is less? To whom did you ask the feedback? How did you measure his performance? Their question comes. So these people went as per the Competition Act, and according to the laws. So you cannot dismiss a labor as you like. You have to follow the rules and regulations, labor laws, banking laws, and you have to terminate them. So at last, what happened? They have accepted their fault with the bank, and they said, "Sorry, we intentionally we made it because they don't want many Indians to be in the bank." Now, civil. Sorry, please. When you talk about civil wars, how are you making the international business? Suppose I say, if I ask you to do business with Russia and Ukraine or Afghanistan or Syria or your Lebanon, this one, Israel, it is not possible because there inconsistency is there between the countries. There is no peace in that country. Every time war. So there will be destruction of the property or loss of sales or increased security cost or disruptive production. And then increasing the operating cost. So inflation may be one which is causing the increasing the operating cost. So raising the prices of their product or services. And when you talk about the currency devaluation, suppose you reduce value of the repatriation earnings. Suppose you talk about any country you are entering, the value of the rupee may be decreased, or the value of that country may be increased or decreased. But when you have to take about the international standard, whether suppose India, we will talk about the rupee value.
அதுதான் the subject.
Mr. Ara, please switch off your mic.
இது MBA, நான் MBA HR.
This is MBA marketing. So the devaluation will come. So what the government has to do? So you can, if you this type of activities coming, you cannot enter into the market.
The last class.
Hello, Mr. Arya. Now, when you talk about this, we say that currency devaluation. Suppose the Indian currency is decreased with the dollar value. What do you have to do? There is impact on the international business. You cannot export or you cannot import because we are going to pay balance of payment, more balance of payment to the country. So when you talk about these are the macro factors which are going to make the risk, and the micro risk is there. That is kidnappings, terrorist threats, etc., and productivity. Suppose you take Afghanistan. Our Indian engineers are and engineer professors are kidnapped long back in 2021 or somewhere. So why this is required? So this is also one of the political risk we have in the international business. And we talk about the increased taxation. Now reduce it after tax profits. Now when you pay taxes to the government and tax to the nation, so your taxation reduced after profits will be reduced. So official dishonesty, that is operating cost, may be decreasing, but he says it is increasing. So it is one of the criteria to roll back from the foreign countries. So when you go for the nature, so we see this international attacks by the region. You say 1995 to 2000. Okay, this data is only have. So Africa, Asia, Eurasia, Latin America, Middle East, North America, West European. So we having seen that in 1995, West Europe having 272 attacks, and 1996 it is 121 attacks, 97 it is 52 attacks, and Latin America is having in 1997 highest 128. And when you talk about 1998, it is Latin America. Then we say 1999 it is Latin America, and 2000 also Latin America is the highest. For example, you take this African country. What is that? The people will be attacking on the ships. Somalia. In that case, you cannot have any international business with Somalia, because there is a what you call there is no food for them. Another one country is like Zaire. So basically, this is one of the attack of international trade terrorist attacks. As of 2000, we have 430. As of 1981, we have 489. 85, you have 635. I think in 2001 only, India, this WTO was attacked. So these are the companies which political risk, the scores you have. Hungary is at 78. Korea 76, and you can say where is India here? India is 62 score, and the Pakistan it is 45. So ways of managing political risk for entry strategies. When you talk about this one, we see this. The criteria is avoid investment. Ways of managing political risk. Now, when you say avoid investment means it will be wrong also. So we are getting we got more demand from the foreign countries. So your company is producing the type of product. When you do marketing and you sell the product to international market, you will get the profit. So accept whatever you are going to do with the international sales. Whether you want to do 100% export or 100% import, that will depend upon your company. And we talk about the other one is hire consultants in a country to counter terrorism. Now, you make the consultancy with the people who are in that country and make a study whether it is profitability for you or not profitable for you. You have to enter into that country. Influence local politicians. Now, then we have, like example, you take Adani. He is ruling the world. Now, wherever you go, he is investing. He is having political support in India as well as political support in foreign country also. So in that case, nobody will do anything to that company. So host country has no option. So to invest more, the countries to invite companies to their country, they have to give proper security, proper investment to the guest country. When you're talking to this, what are the entry strategies? And you do with exports and imports, tourism and transportation, performance and services, use of assets, joint ventures, wholly owned subsidiaries. So this is how you are going to enter into this global companies. Export and imports. I do understand with one country or two countries. So I can do export with India with Bangladesh, India with China, India with Russia, India with Ukraine. All these are done only with imports. Suppose Russia wants something from India, means we do export. So of course, import or export is taking place in the country. But only one thing is we say it is like tourism and transportation is one of the aspect of the export. The people will be coming to the country like India, or will be going to the particular country like America, or Russia, or Ukraine, or Malaysia, or Maldives, or Indonesia. All these are the countries with huge shores. So like holidays we go and will come for 10 days or 15 days. So but you're doing the business, tourism business. So other country companies are giving the tourism as a business as a partner. Now then comes your performance of services. Services, Tata, you say, Tata TCS, it is operating in foreign country. Infosys is operating for country. Wipro, it is operating in foreign country. So not only the production software companies, you see that software companies also, some of them are working foreign nationals. And we talk about the use of assets. Now you have assets in America. So use of that assets and do the business there. Anywhere in the country. You have joint ventures. Local people you contact, get a permission from the government. You get signed MOU so that there should not be any deviation when producing the product. So that what you call as joint ventures. So one or two companies you take from the domestic country, make the product to be sold in time. And the last one is how you target the customers. Now this is big agenda for any companies. Now when you're talking about joint ventures, which company you want to make the joint venture? Or which one you make as a subsidiary? So subsidiaries are the one which are having a joint ventures. So joint venture is one you are joining with some 50,000, 60,000 investment and doing the rights of the company and doing the company selling the product to you and you market the product from your store itself. Suppose somebody says, I don't want to export, I want to only the import. You import the product from the domestic company to, foreign company to the domestic company. You should have the right to export and import also to make a tax collection also. Now, when you what about tax collection? So you see that how much tax is collected for sale of one good. What is how much is collected due to sale of foreign goods. So when you talk about this globalization, also called internationalizations, as you say that company views the world as one market, minimize the importance of the national boundaries, whether capital and markets, and it can be a job beast. Now, when you talk about this, when you go, the specific global companies were 6 characteristics. So how do we manage the domestic companies in international market? So domestic enterprises include industrial country and international enterprises. So you have to plan, organize, lead, and control. So where you talk about this domestic planning and international business, we talk about the international what do you call market, but making the planning, that is screen the environment for the threats and opportunities. So you have to go for the SWOT analysis. So what you are saying, organizing, how you organize is first you have to make the structure, organization structure, view of authority. So who is there in that company? Who is the head of the company or boss of that company? Who is the finance officer? Who is the HR officer? Who is the marketing officer? So if you're going globally or multinationally, you have to see the structure for threats and opportunities. What threat you have from that local market and what threats are there for you after this place when you make the threats and environment. So when you talk about the domestic enterprises, international country, we have to talk about the national market, and if the international, we have to talk about the worldwide market. So organized structure of a domestic operations, whether it is a global structure for its international market. And we say rise of authority. Who is authority you have? You have the same such a domestic operations, the boss will be the authority. But when you take a wireless instant, it is maybe of a internet, you have to when it is signed, so you have to get the information. And but when you talk about the other one, we talk about staffing, that is sources of managing the target and manager orientation. So they have to make the national labor and other oftenly used with the help of the labor. We say that is national labor pool and worldwide labor pool geocentric. So your labor is treated as a workman with the labor legislations. So which legislations you make in America and what are the measures you make in domestic. And we say lead and monopolize. So you have to lead the country and you have to say only 2 companies in your class so that you are managing the world class product. So when you are using that, you have to differentiate between these 2 and you have to note of that one. And we talk about this leading companies. When you talk about leading, who is leading? How you lead? So leadership and motivation. So influenced by similar culture. So that you have to follow the culture. In last class also I told you what is a small company or big company, but you have to lead it. And we see that continuum of the lines, that is relatively share and it is networks for long distance, wherever it may be. So you are operating. Suppose you say it is Castrol. It is basically from UK, London. So their headquarters is at UK. But when the problem comes to you, the remote has to come. What after opening the machine only, you will come to know what is the loss in that and how it can be claimed. So that leadership, we are saying that leader and motivation influenced by smaller culture and influenced by different diversified culture in international. So you have different culture will be made in a different companies in the domestic, different in domestic, international, and similarly a little bit correction in the domestic. As I told you just now, China advertisement will be different for Indian broadcast advertisement, and it will different from the global, that is a network with a long distance. And I will say controlling, that is requesting the system to smaller requisitions. So you cannot go fully lengthy one. So what you want, that's in short, you make it and give it. And when you talk about this Japanese organization and American organization culture, we talk about business culture, lifetime employment in Japan, but in America, short-term employment. And when you talk about this slow evaluation of the promotions in Japan, and no specific career points, and collective decision making in Japan, that is only one criteria that is going to happen in Japan. All will be there for one will be there for all. So government also support this because there is no proper structure for these companies in Japan. It is like a what you call small huts like that. In that only the production will start. And this production, when you talk about Japanese control, we make it as for American operations, we say short-term employment. You for the employment, you go to America for 1 year or 2 years. You have to manage the and we say specialized career path. So whatever you want to do, you can do in America. And individual responsibility and integrated responsibility. So each have to take a individual responsibility, and that is your production. That is your product that you manufacture. So Mohammed, when you talk about individual responsibility across the globe, and we see that. Integrated cooperation, and this is how we talk about the managing domestic. But when you talk of all this, what are the drivers of globalization? Now you may say that developing markets are having a huge markets, and we also see that emerging countries offer a low cost locational advantage. So you are offering the land, the infrastructure for that company, so they'll come and invest in your company. So in India also allows this type of activity for globalization. So any company interested in India, they can enter into India in non-scheme, and they can do the business. Suppose if this what do you call locational advantage. Suppose you are in the center of the city and you are every time busy, so you can have the another services at the center of the city or outskirt of the city or different place. And we see that availability of the services all are the with the proper or not. Now, abolishing the services, all our services is one that is to be done, and affordable services for all. Services should be all. It's not only one company operating one country. So it can operate in a number of companies which can need as of the hour. Basing on the need, you can make your planning. And another one is firm seek restaurant through promotion. Now, when you say when the firm seek promotion, we see this as one of the criteria. So advancement in technology advancement is there, then only go for the globalization. But mostly what you are doing is growing richness, adding a pressure and quality and new products and services. So we are dependent upon other companies. That company will collect all the data and will share to you. And that data can be used for making this domestic company into multinational company. You cannot expect from this type of activity when you're doing the international business. And McKinsey, so when you talk about this elaborative in the following page, the sections, when you talk about McKinsey consultancy firm calculated total pay according to last widget. So how much you can earn for it? How much you can earn for it? How much you can save for it? How much you can save in your account? How much can be done in the international? So tomorrow, when you do international business and international marketing, you have to think of what will be the next and what amount do you incur for that. And most MNCs are most profitable and developing countries like Vodafone, America firm, and we talk about the cricket is sorry, it is like we say that example we can talk about 12% of the return on equity. So this is one of the criteria how the MNC think of. And take the case of General Motors. So due to bankruptcy, what happened? But its employees of the emerging markets are virtually unattracted. So when it is taking the help of the what do you call the profitability, so which is made equal to we see that the emerging markets have been activated like any entertainly further company has more operations in the emerging market. So in fact it is sales increases, or you can say the percentage GDP increases. So this is how these MNCs are going to work for the international market or global market. So particularly force in the BRIC community. So another one is we say many MNCs are loaded with are locating the subsidies at the large way countries to take advantages of lower cost production. Now when you are going for this, so there may be especially the important when labor accounts for a larger proportion, that is a total cost. Now you take many of the Indians going to foreign countries either in search of job or to make the companies, employment in the companies. So what you are going to do? So we talk about this as one of the criteria. Now, when you say this is the third one is the changing demographic, which is going to increase globalization. So how it is going to, why you are going is because there is a population increases, so everyone needs one product, so you for globalization. Now, what will be the effect of the globalization?
Sir, excuse me, sir. There is nothing in the slides that you are
Yes.
presenting.
That is the last one. This is the last one
Okay, okay. Thank
because
you.
it went automatically. Now, when you say what is the effect of this globalization? When you say that globalization, it is not that much simple. You have to adhere to the rules, regulations, everything. But you have to see that globalization, you say management, then jobs, then wages, women at the workplace, child labor, inequalities, developing countries. So when you say globalization and the jobs resulted in the loss of jobs are created, additional jobs. Will you have to create additional jobs or loss of job? Now you see, after January 7th, when this Trump will take the charge of the president of America, what will the fate of the Indian workers in the country? They are saying that 18 lakh people are there. Unauthorized 18 lakh people are working in America. Of course, they are settled for 15-20 years, but unauthorized staying, doing jobs, and they got children also. and how to safeguard them, whether they'll be sending back to India or they will be settled there itself. So instead of getting a job, there will be loss of job in foreign countries if there is a that much say going to Indian experience, employment in the manufacturing organized sector, now it is decreasing. And we talk about many countries from past year. We say organized sector having lot of employment is there in manufacturing, but decreasing from 1970s to 97s. What happened to 1997, etc.? So we have in 14 point in millions we have 14 millions or 15 millions we have, but people are reducing their companies are reducing the people. So globalization wages we talk about is no doubt resulting shifting jobs at the developing countries. So you can change one company to other company if you like it. But not like India. So India we have the government jobs and the private jobs. In the private you can change, but not in public. So globalization child labor. So child labor is common in all the countries, rich or poor. So International Labour Organization recently estimated the same 120 million children are in developing countries between the age of 5 and 14. So how to overcome this? So we have Germany come out with a solution called as Rugmark. When you talk about Rugmark, if any child is in the company, Germany will not purchase from that company. To say that there is no child in their company or there no child is working in their company, company has to print with a label called as rug mark. If you print that rug mark, then Germany thinks that there is no child labor in that company. So this type of activity is there. Illegally of employing children of only one crime against them. So we have a child labor act. We cannot take children below 14 years into the work and make them to work. If you are making them to work below 14 years, so you will be put behind the bars as per our law. But still we manage. But it is not like international. International definitely follow the rules and regulations and what is the people you have lost in their country and what is that loss they have incurred in their country. So profit and loss that will be waging and you will be seeing. And globalization and women. So mostly women are trapped here. So we say we will give job in foreign countries, means every woman will go. But after going, they will become a slaves. So there is no food for them, there is no rest for them, there is no shelter for them sometimes. There is no security for them. So this is what is happening in the world where you talk about all over the world, high discriminating the method against them. Some statistics are worth recollecting the support of the assertion. So 70% are the men. So 1.3 billion poor people are working, and 70% are women. And we see this another one, the second migration of the women, which is a search of employment opportunities with the burden of poverty. So because of the poverty, our people are going to them or any other company people are, and inequalities are there. The one we can say it is women are among the first to feel the negative impact on the preference of the multinational corporations. So MNCs dismantled the local economies and mine natural resources needed by local and regional communities. So what they say these are the our people, these are the our people, these are the resources. So what they'll do, they mitigate and make them break of the consequences. And they create the inequalities by international business, which is inequality of the income within nations and between the national and global. Suppose if you take America, white and black is there. So white people they'll have more money salaries, but where they don't have high money or more money as a salary to the good one for black people. So they'll say because you are red, you are white, so you are given more salary. You are red, you given. It is not like that. They are not directly saying. It's not on compensation or production, etc. The rare you are saying is country, area, state, etc. They'll see and apply. I think we talk about the inequalities within the country takes into account the income distribution within the countries. So the inequality should not be there when it is a domestic country or international country. So when you talk about the globalization in the developing countries, poverty seeks for everything: literacy, malnutrition, drinking water, scarcity, and lack of sanitation and health facilities are the one which is going to make the use of developing countries. And what you're talking about, the players in international business, we say, so MNC is an organization. MNC is a company. MNC is an organization that encourages in production or services activities. Whether you are going to produce the product or make the service of the company, and whether you have a what do you call through its several countries and maintain recording over the policies of these affiliates and manage for a global perspective. So you see that you manage the people, you manage the worker, you manage the working conditions. So this way we can go for a globalization. Now, what is the goal for this MNCs we take? Now, how many Indian companies are there in globally or internationally? We say Tata Motor, Tata Steels, Hindalco Industries, TCS, Infosys, Airtel, ONGC, Videshi, HCL, Suzlon Energy, Tata Communication, Mothers, Sumi Systems, DRL, Poonj Lloyds, Tata Global Beverages, Tata Chemicals, Jubilant Life Surveils. So we have 3 or more companies which is added to India right now. Because of the COVID, there are a lot of development and development changes are there in the Indian market as well as globally or internationally. Now the goals of the MNCs are one you can say as a mission. We see that console your so you follow that goals of MNCs as a subsidiaries. Manufacture in the countries where it finds greatest competition and advantage. Where the competition is there, in that place you make the production. And we also see that take advantage throughout the world changes in labor cost, productivity, trade agreements, and currency fluctuations. You take about the charges of your service operations, how much time it will take, how much duration take, how much cost is increased. And other one is achieve greater souls. You have to achieve your souls. And you say motivation control of implementation of the cost. So when your motivation is there, we talk about how you are motivated. And if you are motivated, oh, whatever I get, I'll be happy, means you cannot get it again. So the motivation is important to make it grasp. And we talk about the fundamental goals of host governments. The host government, we see that the MNCs like MNC and India, we see that achieving economic growth is one of the aspect, and we talk about minimum maintain price stability. The other one you say it is Charles E. Baby. We talk about improving technical developments, improving worker productivity. These are the fundamental goals of the host government. And when you talk about a criticism for MNCs, why you make the criticism? Is there any loss for the company? Is loss for the government of India or government or the people who are working in foreign countries? Now, when you talk about MNCs, first of all, you have say costly damages inflated with now, when you say MNCs are criticized, particularly in developing countries, on the grounds like weapon wages, low wages, exploitation, labor depletion, resource and claim. And we talk about the criticism of the globalization of the content commitments that MNC as a latter of their manifestation of globalization. So what they'll do separately, they believe that multinational companies are the actors, stage being globalization. So they do whatever they want. They produce whatever they produce. And we talk about the other one is MNC maintains objectives in the growth importance. And when you talk about it is singled out. So it may be also be stated that MNC are not only entities that include activities acceptable to the developing countries, but also demonstrate businesses in the reputed developing countries also. So when you make it this one, we have mostly with costly damage, inflated and impurity, and self-interest and then primary. So when you talk about the self-interest and primary, so earlier we are argued to that when the interest of MNC clashes with the need of the for the need of the houses recruitment, and we talk about the take the cost take the case of the Coca-Cola serving 7 servings 5 in countries in subsidiaries and located in Japan, Mexico. And the food companies are there which enable them the children and surgery cereals that the bad of their health. Now what they'll do, we see that food is served like cereals, Nestle, all this one. These are the MNC company products where this can be given in self-interest for the primary and bribes to the bottom line. Now you say that in America, this Adani has given bribe the politician and the government. So like that, we can follow many things that you can have small and marginal firms and worst. So another one is local resource, seizing the local resources. Next, uh, dominance is there. So when you talk about dominancy, every MNC feel that they are in dominancy. And criticism against MNC includes inference and economic objectives, and we can say about the social destructive and environmental degradation and imperialism, MNC and technology, host country regulations and pushed. So this will stop it here because of 11 o'clock.
Sir, can you please share the important questions for the exam point of view so
When
that
you
we
have
can
the exam,
emphasize?
when you have the exam,
So from next Monday, like next after this Monday.
okay. So tomorrow we'll share it. Tomorrow I think maybe the last class.
Okay, sir.
I think so because I think six hours only we have to given. So within 6 hours you have to complete. Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Last PCP class was got cancelled, but I think you only had taken the class, and I think all other cancel all got classes got cancelled
Yes.
because of cyclone and flood.
Yes. So we thank you, and we'll see the next class tomorrow at the same time.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to all.
Good morning, sir.
Very good morning. Very good
Good
morning.
morning.
Very good morning. Shall we start now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, from now, the remaining classes, I am going to discuss about some of the important chapters which are most frequently appear in the examination question paper, especially the problem-oriented areas. From unit number 3 and 4. I hope you know very well that your syllabus is bifurcated into two parts. One is theory 60%, practical 40%. These practical questions will appear from unit number 3 and 4. Unit number 1, 2, and 5 are theoretical oriented. I have covered 1 and 2. Now I am going to take up 3 and 4 together. And in the order of importance from the examination point of view, some topics I am going to discuss with you. One among them is chi-square test from unit number 3. I think now it is visible on the screen.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
It's visible.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
What is this chi-square test? It is test of describing the magnitude of the discrepancy between theory and observation. Rather to say, when there is a difference between theoretical concept and actual observation, actual performance, we use to test whether such difference is a significant difference or not. When there is a difference between theoretical concept and actual observation, we are going to test whether the difference is significant or not. That is the simple meaning of chi-square test. Now this test has been defined as like this. These are the assumptions of this test. Only when these assumptions hold good, you can apply this test. Now, why I am putting all these assumptions here is, before taking the problem, sometimes in a theory question, you may be asked to write about the assumptions of chi-square test also. That is the reason why I am putting on the screen now. Data must be categorical. Number 2, the observations must be independent. The sample size must be large enough with expected frequencies of at least 5 for each category. So minimum 5 data should be there at least. Categories must be mutually exclusive. The data should be collected randomly, that is random sampling method is to be adopted. data should be in the form of counts or frequencies. That is, it is measurable in the form of numbers. And the sample size should be large enough. And for putting this chi-square test, ensure sufficient expected frequency in each cell. So these are the assumptions with which this particular test goes. Say then, uses of the chi-square test. The first use is goodness of fit test, which means to determine if a particular sample data matches with an expected distribution. This test is being used. Say, for example, if at all you want to test whether a die is a fair one or not. You know, die is having 6 faces. No? Whether to test the die is fair one or not, you can use chi-square test. See, the expected frequency of each phase is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 because it has 6 phases. When you toss a die, what do you expect? You may expect to turn up either 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. This expectation should be equal if the die is fair. The die is fair, the occurrence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all these 6 occurrences are having equal chance. If not, if the die is not fair, that is, suppose that on one side it is having more weight than the other sides, then naturally when you toss the die, the side which is having the weight, more weight will go down, and the side which is having less weight will come up. So in that case, you can expect what will happen when you toss a die. So that expectancy is there. Already, if you can expect what will happen, then it is not a fair one. Therefore, to test whether die is fair or not, this chi-square test is being used. This test is used when you have a single categorical variable and want to see if the observed distribution fits an expected distribution. So, whenever you have only one particular variable, there is nothing to compare with that. Then in that case, you can use this test and see whether the observed distribution fits into expected distribution or not. This is one of the uses of the chi-square test. The second use is test for independence. Here the purpose is to verify if two categorical variables are independent or associated with each other. Say, for example, when you want to examine if there is an association between gender, that is male and female, regarding voting preference, particular party, party A, party B, or party C in an election survey, then you can use this chi-square test. Then the third use is testing homogeneity of the proportions. That means to compare the distribution of categorical data across different populations or groups, one can use chi-square test. So, for example, when you want to verify if the preference for a certain type of a fruit is the same across 3 age groups, that is children, adults, and seniors, then in such case you can use the chi-square test. So these are the important uses of chi-square test. Now let us move on to the practical part of it. Now I request all of you to take your study material and turn to page number 119. If at all, if you have study material with you, you take that study material, turn to page number 119. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Now the formula for chi-square test. Chi-square symbol is chi-square, x square, that is written as chi-square, CHISQUAR. The formula is chi-square is equal to sigma O minus E the whole square divided by E. And you can see the formula in page number, I will tell you the page number. Just a minute. Go to page number 114. The formula is given there. In your study material, if you turn to page number 114, you can see the formula. Sigma O minus E the whole square divided by E, where O is the observed frequency and E is the expected frequency. So again, I repeat that when there is a difference between observed frequency and expected frequency, to test whether the difference is significant or not, chi-square test is being used. The formula here is sigma O minus E the whole square by E. Right? Now let us move on to the problem given in page number 119. Will I read the problem now? 119, page number 119. You can go through the problem so that understand the data given in that. I will explain the problem and then I will tell you how to work out this problem. Just 2 minutes I will give a time. Just go through the problem and note the contents of the problem. It runs from 119 to 120. Some disturbance is there. One Shakana Parveen, please. Thank you. Now go through the problem, please, quickly. For those who do not have the study material, you can see the screen, please. On the screen, it is displayed also. So here, a medical campaign is being conducted. That is anti-diabetes campaign is being conducted in a particular area where a medicine, say X, name of the medicine is X, was administered to 812 persons out of a total population of 3,248. So total population of that particular area or village is 3,248. Out of them, only 812 persons were administered this medicine X, that is treatment is given to say regarding antibiotics. Now, the number of diabetes cases is given in the table. When you go through the table, you can see medicine X is administered on 812 persons in total. On the remaining 2,436 persons, no medicine was administered. Are you able to understand the concept now? I repeat, medicine X was administered on 812 persons, whereas on the remaining 2,436 people, no medicine was administered. Right. So the purpose here, what is the purpose of administering the medicine? When the medicine is administered, they should not be contacted with that particular disease. That is the purpose of administering the medicine. Right? Do you agree with me? When a particular medicine is administered, what is expected is those persons who have been administered with the particular medicine should not be contacted with that particular disease. That is the expectation. Now, actually, what happened that we have to see here. Say, medicine was administered on 812 persons. Out of them, only 792 were found without diabetes. That is, diabetes has not attacked them. But in spite of administering the medicine, 20 people got diabetes. That is the observation, actual observation. What is expected? If you administer medicine on 812, all those 812 should not be affected by diabetes. That is expectation. Whereas what is actually observed is, out of them, only 792 were not affected by diabetes, whereas 20 were affected by the diabetes. Now, another expectation. When you don't administer the medicine, what will happen? They will be affected by the disease. There are two things you have to remember. When you administer the medicine, what is expected is they should not be affected by the disease. When you don't administer the medicine, they should be affected by the disease. Now, what happened when no medicine was administered on 2,436 people? What is actually expected? They should be affected by the diabetes. No. What happened? Out of them, 2,216 were not affected by the diabetes. Only 220 were affected by the diabetes out of 2,436. Now, the total number of people affected by diabetes out of 3,248 is 240 only. And the remaining 3,008 were not affected by the diabetes. Now, the question is whether really medicine X is useful in checking the diabetes. This is what we have to check now. Discuss the usefulness of medicine X in checking diabetes. Do you understand the problem now?
In textbook checking malaria.
That is printing mistake, ma. You just make it a correction, make a correction there. Because the problem started with diabetes. When you administer medicine for diabetes, it could not check malaria, no? So that is a printing mistake. You change it as diabetes. So I think you got the concept of the problem now. Shall I move on to the solution part of it now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can go through the solution also. I will explain that now. Okay. Now, what is given in the problem, that is 2792. If you see the screen, I have just marked its total column in red color. Right? That means total should not be taken into consideration for further analysis. That is what meaning of it. Total should not be considered for further analysis. Okay? Only these four variables, 2792, 220, 2216 are to be taken into consideration. So these four values are called observed frequency. That is actual one, observed frequency. For this observed frequency, we have to calculate the expected frequencies. Then chi-square test is to be administered because the variables required for chi-square test are two. One is observed frequency, other one is expected frequency. Here in this problem, observed frequency is given. We have to calculate expected frequency. How to calculate expected frequency, I will tell you now. Let us take the first cell, that is cell number 11. What is the input given in that cell number 11? What is the value given?
20.
20. For this 20, we have to find out the expected frequency. Right? How to find out expected frequency means you take the total of the particular column and that is multiplied with the total of the particular row in which the value is to be found out. So take the total of particular column. That is, what is the total of that particular column? 240.
240.
That is multiplied with total of the particular row, that is 812. So this product is to be divided by the grand total, that is 3248. I will show the formula so that you can understand this. So this is how it should be done. Is it clear on the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Find out the value for the first cell, 11. take the total of the column, multiplied it with the total of the row, divided by grand total. You will get the value, expected frequency as 60. Right? Like that, for every cell, we have to find out the values. For every cell, we have to find out the values. I will show you how it is being done. You can find out the value for second one, that is 1, 2, you can find out and tell me what is the value for 1, 2. First row, second column.
225, 2256.
2256. Okay. Like that, you find out the value for each and every cell. So now you can see the values of expected frequency on the screen. Total remains the same. Total should not be changed. The values inside the cells should be changed. So that you get 60, 752, 180, 2256. Like that you get the answer for this. So do you understand this now? Let me move on to the next part of this. You can go through the study material also. It is given in the study material clearly. 60, 752, 180, 2256. Right?
Sir, can you please tell how 752 has come?
Which one, ma?
752.
752. Okay.
And same as 180 also, sir.
Yeah, I will tell you. 752. What is the total of the column?
3008, sir.
3008 multiplied by total of that row. How much?
2436.
No, 812.
812.
So 3008 multiplied by 812 entirely divided by the grand total 3248.
Sir, is it a kind of a like matrix related calculation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Those who understand the matrix can easily do it. Otherwise, this simple process. So otherwise, I will tell you one thing. First value you have calculated, no? And let me go back to the screen now. Okay. First value you got 60, no? Correct? See this? How we got the first value?
Yes, sir.
60. Now listen. Now if you see the
Minus it from 812, sir.
which one, ma?
60 minus 812.
Yeah. That's what I want to tell you. So when you calculate the first value, other values you can easily find out by subtracting the totals. See, if you take the total of this row, it is 812. 60 is the first value. Balance should be the second value, 752. Similarly, when you go back to the first column, first value 60, the total of the column 240, balance is 180. So coming by row, second row, 180 is the first value. So total is 2436. That the balance is the value for the second cell. That is 2256. Like that also you can calculate. If it is 3 by 3 matrix only, you have to find out 2 more values. Right?
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Now the solution. So 4 columns are there. You can see in your study material also. First column observed frequency O, second column E, then O minus E the whole square and O minus the whole square by E. So this O observed frequency is written from the problem. Expected frequency is written from your calculation. Then you find out the difference between these two and square it up. Then that value is to be divided by E, expected frequency. You will get value for every row separately and find out the total of this last column. Just try this. When you enter this observed frequency and expected frequency, you should follow the same order. You should not change the order. If you go row wise, you do it row wise for the expected frequency also. If you go column wise, you do column wise for expected frequency also. It is left to your discretion. You can go row wise also or column wise also. I have entered the observed frequency row wise. First row 20 and column wise. First column 20 and 220. Second column 792 and 2216. Same order is to be followed for entering the expected frequency also. Otherwise, values will get changed. Then the difference is minus 40, plus 40, minus 40, so plus 40 like that. So this 40 square is 1006, whether it is minus or plus, square it up 1600. So this 1600 first row is divided by the corresponding expected frequency 60. 1600 by 60, you will get 26.667. Like that for all the values we have entered. And find out the total of that also. From the study material also you can find out that. Shall I move further now?
Sir.
Okay. So next step is to make a conclusion on this. So the chi-square value is 38.593, right? Now we have to refer to the chi-square table to find out the table value, and based on the table value only we can make a conclusion. The table value will be always given in the examination question paper itself. If at all it is not given, let me explain you how this value is to be found out from the table. Before that, let me conclude this problem and go back to the table now. Now listen. We have to find out degrees of freedom. I think it is clear on the screen now. Solution. Or you can take your study material itself. There itself I can explain you. See, we have to find out the degrees of freedom to find the value in the particular table. Degrees of freedom here is row minus 1 into column minus 1. How many rows are there in this problem? How many rows are there in the given problem? 2 rows only. Leave the total columns. Leave the total columns and total rows. So 2 rows and 2 columns. Right? So 2 minus 1 into 2 minus 1, you will get 1. In page number 121, in the beginning itself it is there. You can see that. Page number 121. V means degrees of freedom is equal to R minus 1. R minus 1 means row minus 1. C minus 1 means column minus 1. So 2 minus 1 into 2 minus 1, you will get 1. So degrees of freedom 1, and level of significance is also to be fixed. What is this level of significance? To put it in simple words, to what extent you can trust this, testing process. Say it can be about 95% or 99%. Some mistakes may arise in sampling. That is called sampling error. Therefore, we are giving leverage for this sampling error. So to the extent of 95% or 99%, we are confident that our testing procedure will be correct. So that level is to be chosen. So in this problem, they have chosen 5% level. That is why it is called chi-square 0.05 is given. So for 1 degrees of freedom at 5% level of significance, the table value is 3.84. I will tell you how this table value should be located from the table later on. Now let us conclude this and come to the end of this problem. Then I will go back to the table now. So table value will be given in the problem. Don't worry, that will be given in the problem. If at all it is not given, I will tell you how to locate this. Okay. So this 3.84 is the table value. Now the conclusion is to be made. What is given in the conclusion? See, the calculated value of chi-square is greater than the table value. Is it correct? Table value is 3.84. What is the calculated value? How much is it?
38.593.
Yeah, exactly. 38.593. So that calculated value is more than the table value. If it is the case, the hypothesis is rejected. What is hypothesis? What is the question given in the problem? I will go back to the question. You go back to page number 120. See what is being tested, what is being asked now. Discuss the usefulness of medicine X in checking the diabetics, right? Whether it is useful in checking the diabetes. So the null hypothesis is, we say that medicine X is not useful in checking the diabetes. That is how we have to start. That is called null hypothesis. When they ask is it useful, we start with the assumption that it is not useful. That is called null hypothesis. Now, by concluding that, what we say in the page number 121, the hypothesis is rejected. What is hypothesis? Medicine X is not useful. That is rejected. That means, what is the meaning of it?
Medicine yields the benefit.
Yes, that is what concluded here, finally.
Sir, how we are getting 3.84 value chi-square
Yeah, that
0.05?
I will tell you. That will be given in the question paper itself.
Okay.
If not, I will tell you how to find out this. Just a minute.
Okay.
I will take the table also.
Sir,
Let you know. 1 minute.
sir, I can't understand the last part, sir.
I will explain. Wait. So the table value is 3. I will explain this first and go back to the table. The table value is 3.84. Don't worry, that will be given in the problem itself. If not, I will tell you how to find out after completing this. The table value 3.84. What is your calculated value?
38.593.
38.53.
Note down carefully in your notebook. Whenever the calculated value is more than the table value, the null hypothesis is rejected. Note down, please. Note down. Whenever the calculated value is more than the table value, null hypothesis is rejected.
Sir, once again repeat, sir.
When the calculated value is more than the table value, the null hypothesis is rejected. The null hypothesis. Other one, when the calculated value is less than the table value, null hypothesis is accepted.
Sir, what is the table value here, sir?
That is what given in the problem 3.84.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Then next thing. What should be the null hypothesis for this problem? We have to check the usefulness of the medicine X in checking the diabetics, right? That is the question asked. What we have to start with means medicine X is not useful in checking the diabetes. That is called null hypothesis. Now, finally, what happens as the calculated value is more than the table value, we have rejected the null hypothesis, right? When you reject the null hypothesis, what happens? What is null hypothesis? It has no effect. You reject that. What will happen then? It has an effect. Okay? Do you follow this or not? Now I will tell you how to calculate this, find out the table value from the chi-square table. Just a minute.
Sir, can you repeat once more?
Which one, sir?
Whole of the problem.
First, you start with the null hypothesis. Null hypothesis for this problem is medicine X is not useful in checking diabetes. Note down this. Medicine X is not useful in checking diabetes. That is null hypothesis. Okay.
Sir, but in the book it is useful, sir.
You have to find out that. That for that only we have to move with null hypothesis always. Start with null hypothesis. Finally, only we can conclude whether it is useful or not. Starting, we say there is no effect. It is not useful, like that. Okay.
If hypothesis rejected means X is useful for medicine.
That is the procedure we have to test for testing this chi-square. Whenever we have to test something, you have to start with null hypothesis only. Right?
Okay.
Null hypothesis says it is not useful. Then you are proceeding with your test. Finally, you conclude that null hypothesis is rejected. You can either reject it or accept it based on the table value. Here, the table value is 3.84, whereas our calculated value is 38.593. So conclusion is when the calculated value is greater than the table value, then null hypothesis is rejected. That is why we conclude that medicine X is useful in checking the diabetes. Suppose your calculated value is less than the table value, then you should have accepted the null hypothesis, which means it has no effect, no, not useful. So in this case, we have rejected null hypothesis because the calculated value is greater than the table value. Therefore, final conclusion is medicine X is useful in checking the diabetes. Right?
Okay.
Got it now?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Can you explain one more problem with this example?
Wait. First, I will complete this. I will come back to that. Just a minute. I will show you how these values to be located from the table now. Just a minute, please. I will download the table and tell you. Is it visible on the screen now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So chi-square table is there. Whenever you don't get the value in the examination question paper, you can ask for the table in the examination center. This will be supplied for you so that you can make use of that. Say the degrees of freedom, first column. Is it clear now on the table, on the screen now? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. It is clear, sir.
Okay. So first column, that the first column, first value is 1, that is degrees of freedom. To move to the column number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Chi-square 0.05 is there, no? After the first column, you move to second, 7 columns.
Yes, sir.
On the heading chi-square 0.05 is there.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
That is called 95% confidence level. We have taken 95% confidence level. Usually 95% will be taken unless otherwise stated in the problem. What is the value given in that? 3.
841.
That is the table value for this problem. It depends upon the degrees of freedom as well as the level of confidence that you take. 0.05 means 0.05% error may be expected. That is the meaning of 95%. We are confident enough. That is the meaning of this table. Suppose 2 degrees of freedom
So,
means
sir, for every question,
yeah, please.
so for every question you take this as a percentage?
Every question you have to take 95% generally, unless otherwise stated. Otherwise means 99% may be stated sometimes. In that case, 0.01 column is to be located.
Okay.
Sir,
Yes, please.
sir, in this question we have taken that chi square is 5%, sir.
Not chi-square 5%, significant level of significance is 5%.
How we can take that, sir? How we should do it?
Either 5% or 1% you have to take naturally.
Sir, can you please explain, sir? I can understand.
That is fixed, always fixed. Either 5% or 1%.
So here,
Either
useful in
either it is
medicine, 95%.
95% confident.
Yes,
That means
okay.
5% error may arise. That is the meaning of
Okay.
it. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So you
Sir, still
told about the next problem, no, in your study material. Let me move on to a study material and go for the second problem. Let me complete that also. Yes. Second illustration, in an experiment on immunization of cattle farm from tuberculosis, the following results were obtained. So this is given here. Observation is given. The observed frequency is given. In the same way, you have to calculate the expected frequency and then find out the chi-square value. Then conclusion can be made. So 4 values are given, you find out the other value, I mean expected frequency by using the same method as we did in the previous problem. You have to find out expected frequency and make a conclusion. Here also table value is 3.84, that is given in the problem itself. That's how only in the question paper also the value will be given always. Okay?
Sir,
Yes, please tell me quick.
last 2 questions. How to find the formula of this
Which one, ma?
this experiment?
When the observed frequency is given, you should know that it is chi-square test.
In textbook, okay. In examination, how will we
In the
will find
examination
out?
itself, I am telling, it can be done only by practice. Because Even ANOVA problem may look like this also sometimes. You have to make a difference between ANOVA and chi-square test. By seeing the table value given at the end of the problem, you can easily find out. That is a shortcut.
Okay.
That is shortcut. See, this is a problem. Now, if you take illustration, second illustration, that is in page number 121, second illustration is given. No, at the end of that, what is given? You see that? Calculate chi-square. Calculate chi-square and discuss. So there itself it is given clearly chi-square. Otherwise, you see the table value. Table value is there, no? Chi-square for 1 degree of freedom. So there itself you can find out. So this is how you have to find a clue from the problem. Unless you have practiced it thoroughly. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me give one more problem so that you can work out and tell me the answer now. What is seen on the screen now? Is there any problem? Yes. This problem you have to work out and tell me now. Shall I read the problem now? 200 digits are chosen at random from a set.
So which page number is this question is?
Please.
In which page number is the question is? Can you?
It is not there in your book. It is separate problem. For your practice, I have given it. It's not there in your book. So by seeing that, you can just work out straight away. I will tell you how to do this. 200 digits are chosen at random from a set of tables. The frequencies of the digits are given below. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0 occurs 18 times, 1 occurs 19 times, 2 23 times, 3 21 times, 4 16 times, 5 25 times, like that it is given. Use chi-square test. So clue is given now. To assess the correctness of the hypothesis that they were distributed in equal numbers in the tables from which they were drawn. Table value is given. 9 degrees of freedom, 5% level of significance, 16.22 is given. Say, these are the observed frequencies. 18, 19, 23, 21, 16, 20, 25, 22, 20, 21, 15 are observed frequencies. Now let us move on to the solution part of it now. See, is it visible on the screen now? Solution?
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
So all the observed frequencies are written down in the first column. We have to find out the expected frequencies. Say the 200 digits are there totally, 200 digits. How many classifications are there? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So totally 10 items. So divide this 200 by 10 because it is given in the problem. They expect it to occur equally. They were distributed in equal numbers. That is what given in the problem. They were distributed in equal numbers. So 200 is distributed equally means 20, 20, 20, 20, 20 for everything. Now you can find out O minus E, O minus E whole square, and then O minus E whole square by E. You can go through from the table, from the screen. I think it is visible on the screen clearly. So finally, the total is 4.30. 4.30. Then degrees of freedom. We have only one column, C minus 1. That's all. In the column, we have 10 values. 10 minus 1, 9 degrees of freedom. At 5% level of significance, the total table value is 16.22 that is given in the problem itself. Therefore, conclusion is the calculated value, that is 4.30, is less than the table value, that is 16.22. Therefore, the hypothesis is accepted. That means the digits were distributed in equal numbers. So this is how it should be concluded. So let me give one more problem for your practice so that you can work out this, please. You can take it and work out. I suppose this is visible. Yes, this is the problem now. Quickly, you can take down this.
Can you please share this video?
Yeah, I will share it. Already I have shared 2 units, I think. I can share this, no problem. After the class is over, by the end of the day, I will share it. You can make use of this. Shall I move on to the next part of it otherwise now? One more area we can cover now. What do you say? I can share this, all of you can get it and you can report.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Let me move on to the next important part of your examination. Correlation. Just, yes. Yes. Correlation is next topic, from which also you will get problems. Let me straight away go to the problem part of it. Correlation means the relationship, correlation. Correlation is called correlation. Relationship between two variables is called correlation. There is a relationship between two variables. We say that they are correlated with each other. Say, for example, you might be knowing the law of demand. No? Can you say one of you law of demand? What is law of demand? Can any one of you say what is law of demand? Anybody, please? When the
When the price increases, demand will
decreases and vice versa. Correct? Okay. When other things remaining the same, if the price increases, the quantity demanded decreases. When the price decreases, quantity demanded increases. That's the law of demand. So there is a relationship between two things. One is price on one side, other one is quantity demanded. So these two have inverse relation. When one increases, other decreases. They move in the opposite direction. On the other hand, if you take the case of law of supply, when the price increases, supply also increases. When the price decreases, supply also decreases. It is direct relationship. So when there is relationship between two variables, we measure the relationship, that is called correlation coefficient. This measurement will be useful for taking some business decisions later on. So one of the exponents, that is Carl Pearson, has devised a formula for this. I think the formula is clear now, that you can take from a study material also otherwise. I will tell you the page number, study material.
130.
Yeah, you move to 130, please.
Page number 130.
Yeah, move to page number 130. So from that itself, I will explain this. Go to illustration number 1, first illustration. That is advertisement expenditure and sales. So naturally, these two variables have relationship with each other. Whenever the expenditure increases, sales also goes on increases. We have to find out, we have to measure the degree of relationship. That's all. Mathematically, we have to measure it, right? So first variable, advertisement expenditure, is considered as X. Sales is taken as Y. So now that, next page. Page number 132, solution is given, X is entered here, Y is entered, then you find out the X into Y. that is one variable. Then x square of the value of x, each and every x, 18 square, 19 square, 20 square, 21 square, like that. Then next column is y square. So square of the y value, y 17 square, 18 square, 19 square, like that. Find out the values of the total value of all these columns. Just you go through this so that you can know how this is being applied now. So write out the formula. R is equal to n into sigma xy minus sigma x into sigma y divided by root of n into sigma x square minus sigma x the whole square into root of n into sigma y square minus sigma y the whole square. N is equal to number of items in the problem. So in this problem, we are given 6 items. So wherever n is there, it is replaced by the value 6. Then sigma xy 2243 minus sigma x 109 into sigma y. Sorry, sigma x 123, sigma y 109. Then root of n 6 into sigma x square 2539 minus sigma x the whole square. Sigma x 123 whole square. Root of 6 into sigma y square, that is 1985 minus sigma y the whole square. Sigma y is 109 the whole square. If you simplify all this, finally you will get 0.9277. What is the implication of this value? See, read out the interpretation now. I will read out this. So I will explain what is the implication of this. The correlation actually ranges from 0 to 1. When there is no correlation, you say it is 0. When there is perfect correlation between the variables, you say it 1. So 0 to plus or minus 1, plus or minus 1. It may be minus 1 also. If it is minus, we say it is negative correlation. If it is plus, you say it is positive correlation. In this case, the value is 0.9277. It is almost 1, nearest to 1. It is a positive correlation, high level of positive correlation between these two variables. That means whenever the advertisement expenditure increases, definitely sales also will go on increase to the greatest level. That is the inference that we got from this measurement. So the value of R, that is correlation, is equal to 0.92. It shows that there is a high degree of positive correlation between the two variables, namely advertisement expenditure and sales. That means it is a basis to consider some functional relationship between them. If at all you want to increase your sales, increase your advertisement expenditure. This is the conclusion that you got from this measurement, Hall Pearson's coefficient of correlation. Do you understand this now?
Sir, will you please explain the interpretation again, sir?
The value, no? Interpretation, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The interpretation, the value we got is 0.92. I said that the correlation may range from 0 to plus or minus 1. 0 means no correlation. 1 means perfect correlation. If it is plus 1, perfect positive correlation. If it is minus 1, perfect negative correlation. Right? Now, in this case, we got 0.92, which means it is a positive value. Therefore, there is positive correlation between these two. Positive means they move in the same direction. If one variable increases, the other variable also increases, like the law of supply. And the value is 0.92, that is very nearer to perfect correlation 1. Therefore, we can conclude that this correlation between these two variables is high degree of correlation. Therefore, there is high positive correlation between the variables advertisement expenditure and sales, which means what is that we infer from that? If at all you want to increase the sales, you can increase your advertisement expenditure because there is a high degree of positive correlation. When advertisement expenditure increases, automatically sales also will increase. That is what we infer from this problem. That
Okay,
will be
sir.
useful for decision making purpose for the businessman. Okay. Shall I conclude this now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank
Sir,
you,
I
sir.
have a doubt, sir.
Please tell me.
For each sum, how many set mark they will give, sir?
Step marks will be given, don't worry, depending upon the size of the problem. How many steps are there, depending upon that, you will be getting step marks.
Okay, sir.
Definitely you
Thank
will
you,
get
sir.
step marks. Don't worry.
So for the steps, we can refer the solution, our study material book, right?
Yeah, sir. The solution itself, no worry.
So about these sums, how many marks you will ask, sir?
There are two parts. Either it can come in the compulsory part or in the B part.
Okay,
Any
sir.
one of the problems will come in the compulsory part. Either chi-square test or ANOVA or correlation. There are so many areas are there. Any one may appear in the, say, compulsory question, and then other things will go to the B part, section B.
Sir, scientific is allowed?
One at a time, please.
Sir, scientific calculator is allowed for the examination?
Scientific calculators are not allowed, only ordinary calculators are allowed.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the patient
Thank
hearing.
you, sir.
Meet tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Sir, what if
Sir,
we are
next
not
Thank
class
able
you,
you
to
sir.
can teach
understand the
case
question
study, sir.
properly?
The problem the case study. The case study is problem only.
No, so for exam point of view,
Hmm.
if we are not able to understand the questions properly,
Hmm.
so will teacher around us help us to understand it?
Where in the examination hall?
Yes, sir.
No, nobody will say anything because those who are coming there have no knowledge about all these things. They are only invigilators.
Okay.
That's all. They are not the teachers. They will invigilate your examination writing only. That's all. They will not say anything. If at all they say anything, don't listen to them.
Okay, so if we just rewrite the question again and make a bracket and put a formula or something, we'll get a marks, right?
No, as long as it is relevant to the question, you will get marked to that extent. If at all
Sir,
whatever you write is relevant to the answer, to that extent you will get the marks definitely.
sir, in this lessons only we will get problems which you are taught today.
Not the same problem, same type of
No,
problem. Type
relatively
of
to
problem.
this.
Yes. Sometimes same problem may also be asked.
So, and sir, please share this study material PPT or whether it would be uploaded in the portal.
I have already shared the first two units.
First two.
Somebody has sent the email to me. To that email, I have shared it already. If at all you want, I will also share it. No problem.
Yeah, please, sir. So where can I send that email? Here
To my
only.
mail.
Please share your
On
email.
the other day, I have given the mail ID. Okay, don't worry. Do take down the mail ID. Yes, Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Kumar 12459.
12459.
Yeah, at gmail.com.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, all of you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Very good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Very good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Last class, what we have studied? Yes, anybody?
Marginal cost.
Marginal cost. Ratio after completion of marginal cost, I think I started some ratio analysis, right? Forgotten. I have explained some ratios basically, and then current ratio, how to do it, all these things I told, no?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Ratios can be classified into 4 category, that is current ratio, liquid ratio. This is current based on activity, the liquidity ratio, leverage ratio, activity ratio, profitability ratio, coverage ratio. These are all classifications, right? Under current ratio, liquidity ratio, under that current ratio, liquid ratio, and absolute liquid ratio, and small problems we have done, I think so. Then efficiency ratio, under that debtors turnover ratio, stock turnover ratio, creditors turnover ratio, then stock to working capital ratio. Then profitability ratios, under that gross profit ratio, operating ratio, net profit ratio, return on capital employed, earnings per share, right? Solvency ratio, under that debt equity ratio, debt ratio, proprietary ratio, interest coverage ratio. Okay. Is two ways of problems are there under ratios. One thing is statement, balance sheet, or profit and loss account informations will be given. You are required to find out what is current ratio, what is liquid ratio, what is debt equity ratio, like that they may ask. This is one pattern. The another pattern, they will give you some ratio of answer will be given. Current ratio this much, working capital this much, debt equity ratio is this much. So you are required to prepare balance sheet or proprietary fund statement, right? So there are two patterns of questions are available, right? So first let us see, the balance sheet are given. You are required to calculate liquid ratio, debt equity ratio, solvency ratio, stock of working capital ratio. Only these ratios are asking, right? So what is liquid ratio? Liquid ratio means liquid assets divided by liquid liability. Either you can take liquid liability or current liability. Okay, liquid asset means what are the thing? Current asset, if you out of current asset, you have to eliminate stock and prepaid expenses. That is called liquid asset. Okay. See here, balance sheet, debtor and cash. Only these two are liquid asset. If you add stock, that is totally current asset. Okay. So 3 lakhs divided by, if you take liabilities only creditor, that is liquid liability. If you are taking creditor and overhead, overdraft, that is current liability. Okay. So here 3 lakhs divided by 2 lakhs. Either you can take 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs, right? Debt equity ratio. Debt equity ratio means debt capital divided by equity capital. That is a debt capital that includes both current liability and long term liability, debentures, bond, all these things, right? So total outsider liability. So 3 lakhs plus current liability is 3 lakhs, so 6 lakhs. External, that we can call it as external equity or debt capital, right? So internal equity, that is equity capital, that means share capital plus reserves and surplus you have to take, that is 16 lakhs, right? Solvency ratio. Solvency ratio means outsider liability or external equity. Is it sufficient to pay off from your total asset divided by total asset? So outsider liability, that is both debenture as well as current liability you have to take. Totally it is 6 lakhs. Total assets is 22 lakhs. So what is the percentage covers? That is the solvency ratio. Stock of working capital ratio, that is stock divided by working capital means current assets minus current liability, that is the working capital. So stock you have to take either current average stock, opening stock and closing stock. If it is given, you have to take average stock, right? So, average stock, if it is only closing stock is available, you take only closing stock. Divided by working capital. That means current asset minus current liability is the working capital. Similar way, this problem is also given for calculate current ratio, quick ratio, cash ratio, cash ratio, and net working capital. All these things same. You have to apply the formula and then you have to do it. Okay. See this problem. This one I think I have taken last class. Calculate debtors turnover ratio, average collection period from the following information. Total sales are given 4 lakhs, cash sales given 20% of total sales, debtors on 1/1/2004 40,000, debtors on 31/12/2004 1 lakh 20,000. So that means you are required to calculate debtors turnover ratio and average collection period. What is the formula for debtors turnover ratio? Net credit sales divided by average debtor. Net credit sales means what? You have to take total sales minus sales return minus cash sales. That is called net credit sales. See here, total sales is 4 lakhs less credit sum. Cash sales 20%. You can eliminate it. How much it comes? 80,000. If you are eliminating your credit sales is 3 lakhs 20,000, right? So debtor, average debtor, opening debtor plus closing debtor divided by 2, that is average debtor. Average debtor is 40,000 plus 1 lakh 20,000. So 1 lakh 60,000 divided by 2. So 80,000, right? So 3 lakhs 20,000 divided by 80,000. So that is 4 times. That is this is the debtors turnover ratio. So average collection period. Collection period means what? How many days or how many months once you are collecting money from your debtor, right? So that means you have to take number of days or number of months in the year divided by debtors turnover ratio. That is called average collection period, right? So here 365 days or 12 months you have to take divided by your debtors turnover ratio is 4 times. That means how many days once you are collecting money? 91 days or 3 months. Okay, this is debtors turnover ratio. Next one, calculate the creditors turnover ratio from the following figures. So creditors turnover ratio formula, what is the formula? Credit purchases, net credit purchases divided by average creditor. So here in the problem informations are given, right? Net credit purchases is given 12 lakhs. Your opening and closing accounts payable, that means creditor plus payable is called accounts payable. So
এই বাবা 1 ফুটাও না
so 4 lakhs plus 2 lakhs divided by 2,
রেখে দাও
3 lakhs. So 12 lakhs divided by 3 lakhs 4 times. Creditors turnover ratio is 4 times. So what is the average payment period? How many days or months once you are paying to your creditor? That means number of days or month. 365 days or 12 months divided by creditor turnover ratio is 4 times. So answer is 91 days or 3 months. Okay. Next one, calculate stock turnover ratio. What is the formula for stock turnover ratio? Net sales or cost of goods. So stock is always shown on cost value. So you take mostly stock turnover ratio you have to take on cost of goods.
বলবেন না
Cost
এরকম
of
বলবেন না বাবা
goods is not
এরকম
given
বলতে
as
নেই
who is that?
এরকম বলতে নেই বলতে নেই
Mute your mic. Mute your mic.
ওনা মার প্রতি যত্ন নাও
Hello, don't you listen? Mute your mic, disturbing the other classes. Somebody is Yes. The next one, credit stock turnover ratio. Stock turnover ratio, sorry, this one. Stock turnover ratio, what is the formula? Cost of goods sold, or if it is cost of goods sold is not given, you take sales value also, divided by average inventory, right? See here, opening stock, closing stock, wages, sales, purchases, carriage inverse, all these things are given, right? So what is the cost of goods sold means what? Total sales minus gross profit is the cost of goods sold, right? So here sales is not given. Sales is given 80,000. What is your, if you are taking sales means 80,000 you can take, or if you are taking cost of goods sold, that means opening stock, average stock is opening stock plus closing stock divided by 2, so 20,000 four times. So if you are taking sales, if gross profit is given, sales minus gross profit is cost of goods sold. So here gross profit is not given. You can find out gross profit if you are putting T form. Trading account you are putting, no? So debit side, opening stock is 18,000. See here, this slide. Opening stock 18,000 plus purchases 46,000 plus carriage inverts 4,000. These are all comes under debit side, right? Credit side, sales 80,000 minus closing stock 22,000. Here you have to add wages also, wages. So how much comes if you add, what is cost of goods sold? 18,000 plus 46,000 plus 14,000 plus 4,000. How much comes?
92.
92. This side 1,02,000, right? What is your gross profit? 10,000.
10,000.
Okay. So now cost of goods sold means sales minus gross profit 10,000. If you are eliminating, you can write cost of goods sold divided by average stock. So 70,000 divided by 20,000. You may actually we have to take cost of goods sold divided by average inventory, right? So average gross profit is not given in your, is not available in your problem. You have to calculate. There are informations are available: opening stock, wages, closing stock, sales, purchases, carriage inverse. If you prepare trading account, you can find gross profit. If you are eliminating gross profit from sales, that is called cost of goods sold. Okay. See next
Ma'am, in
one.
exam, for example, we know the formula. We have by hearted the formula and we have written the answer sheet.
Yes.
But we don't know how to pick up the figures, like how to calculate debit side or credit side or correctly. So will we get marks on that?
Definitely, you will get a step mark. Say for an example, this cost of goods sold, if you are forgetting to add something, wages or purchase something, if you are forgetting one item, your answer will be wrong. But you will get the mark for formula, and then what are the things you have done, that step mark you will get it. Okay, don't worry.
And ma'am, this kind of questions will come for how many marks?
These are all part A they may ask. The big, if it is in a big one, solutions will be given big, that is 4-5 category. If they are asking, sometimes they may give in part B, sometimes even part C also they may give. Part C, that is all missing informations will be given. You are required to prepare balance sheet. You are required to prepare proprietary fund statement. Like that, if they ask, they may ask in case study also, right? So you should be very thorough. Mostly these ratios will be given for some theory question also, and part B and part A they may ask small questions. So you have to be prepared thoroughly, all ready to be right for anything. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. And then so also all the
Then
question have to produce this ledger not profit and loss, the balance sheet you have to make.
yes, you can make balance sheet. See here, these are the problems are given like that. Okay, they have given information, balance sheet given. You are required to calculate total turnover ratio, fixed assets turnover ratio, like that. If they ask ratios, you have to, if you have to know the formula, then you have to do that, right? Some problems, see here, this kind of problem will be given for case study or part B, 8 marks question, big question they may ask. Very carefully you have to do, then only you have to prepare balance sheet, right? Let us do this problem, you can understand. See here, working capital is given 2,40,000, bank overdraft 40,000, fixed assets to proprietary fund ratio 0.75, reserves and surplus 1,60,000, current ratio 2.5, liquid ratio 1.5. Only these are the informations are available. See here, what you have to prepare, required to prepare a summarized balance sheet as at 31/3/2018. Okay. So now, what are the information available? Within the information, available information, you have to prepare, find out one from one another, right? See here, we have clue, current ratio is given 2.5 times. Working capital is given 2,40,000. That is the clue. You can find out what is current asset, what is current liability, right? So what is working capital? Working capital means current assets minus current liability, right? So what is the formula for current ratio? Current assets divided by current liability. Like that means what? If you have one time of current liability, if you have current asset 2.5 times, that is sufficient to pay off your one time of current liability. That means 2.5 times of current asset minus one time of current liability is equal to working capital. That means current asset minus current liability, right? So 1.5 time, 2.5 minus 1, that means 1.5 times is equal to working capital 2,40,000. What for one? If you are substituting this one, current liability, you can get it 2,40,000 divided by 1.5, that is 1,60,000. One time means that is current liability. Current liability is 1,60,000. What is current asset? 1,60,000 into 2.5 times, right? So current asset is 4 lakhs. 1,60,000 into 2.5 times 4 lakhs. Current asset is 4 lakhs. Current liability is 1,60,000. There is another clue is also given, liquid ratio. Liquid ratio here 1.5 times. So let us assume liquid asset divided by current liability, right? So here the difference between current ratio and liquid ratio only stock, right? So one time is equal to 1.5 times is how much? One time is 1,60,000. 1.5 time means that is
240. 240.
240. 2,40,000 is what? Liquid asset. So
Yeah.
4 lakhs minus 2,40,000. What is the difference? What is the stock value?
160. 160.
1,60,000 is your stock value. See here, 1,60,000 is your stock value. You can either do like this, or you can, if you here bank overdraft is there. Bank overdraft, if you are treating in the formula current liability, sorry, liquid asset divided by liquid liability, if you have treated like that, you will get different answer. Okay, even that is also correct only. It is nothing wrong in that. You can do it. You can take either current liability or liquid liability. Whatever it is no problem, right? Okay. See here, next one. Fixed, next one, see here, what is the informations are available. Only fixed assets to proprietary fund ratio is available. Debt equity, sorry, fixed assets to proprietary fund ratio is there, 0.75 times. So now what is the formula for fixed assets to proprietary? Fixed assets divided by proprietary fund is equal to 0.75. Either if you know fixed assets value or proprietary fund value, any one value easily we can find out. So both the values we do not know, so only the answer is given. There is no other clue is available in this information, right? So what we can do, we can use accounting equation. What is your accounting equation? What is accounting equation? What is the accounting equation? Tell me. What is your double entry system?
Asset equal to capital plus liquidity.
Very good. Liabilities, capitals, and capital plus liability is equivalent to total asset, right? All the debit aspect is having equal and corresponding credit aspect. All the credit aspect is having equal and corresponding debit aspect. That you have to keep it in your mind. Accounting equation means liability side, capital plus liabilities are equivalent to your total asset. That is the accounting equation. Okay. So now let us use this accounting equation for finding the values, right? See here, shareholder liability side, what are the things will come? Shareholders fund, that means capital plus reserves and surplus, that is called shareholders fund, or we can call it as proprietary fund. Proprietary fund, shareholders fund, that means capital plus reserves and surplus, plus current long-term liability. Long-term liability, we are assuming that 0, right? Plus current liability is equal to fixed this side. Total asset means fixed asset plus current asset, right? So here current asset we know, current liability we know, shareholders fund we do not know, fixed assets we do not know. So let us take shareholders fund is, let us take it as X. Okay. This fixed asset is what is given 0.75 fixed assets to proprietary fund ratio. So proprietary fund ratio fixed assets are covered 0.75 times, right? So 0.75x fixed asset is 0.7. That means proprietary fund, if you have 1 rupee, 75 rupee is the your fixed asset, right? So x 0.75x. Let us say take this equation. 1x proprietary fund. Let us take x plus current asset is, sorry, current liability is 1,60,000 is equal to fixed asset is 0.75x plus current asset is 4 lakhs, right? So now you substitute this equation. 1x, bring this 0.75x into one side. So 1x minus 0.75x, so 4 lakhs. If you are bringing this equal to this side, become minus. So 4 lakhs minus 1,60,000, that means 2,40,000. So 0.25x is 2,40,000, but for 1x. So 2,40,000 divided by 0.25. So x is equal to 9,60,000. What is x? Shareholder fund. Shareholder fund is 9,60,000. What is fixed asset? 9,60,000 into 0.75. 0.75x. Okay. So fixed asset is 7,20,000. So now we know all the informations. Let us prepare balance sheet. Shareholder fund, that means share capital. See your problem. Reserves and surplus is given 1,60,000 reserves and surplus. So 9,60,000 is your shareholders fund. Minus reserves and surplus 1,60,000. What is your capital? Capital will be 8 lakhs. So share capital 8 lakhs plus resource and surplus 1,60,000. So total shareholder fund is 9,60,000. Current liability under that bank overdraft is given 40,000. So total current liability we have calculated 1,60,000. So 40,000 is bank overdraft. Remaining other current liability is 1,20,000. Fixed assets on 7,20,000 we have calculated. Current asset totally it is 4 lakhs. You have to show separately what is the stock value. We have calculated 1,60,000 stock value. Current asset, the other current asset you have to write 2,40,000. So total current asset is 4 lakhs. So now we have to make the total of balance sheet liability side and asset side. Okay. Do you understand this? How to prepare?
Yes, ma'am, understood, but yeah, complicated and will take a lot of time to process.
Yes, it will take a lot of time. One problem into another problem, different informations will be, some information will be available more, or they may ask you in different way. So you have to find out what is information available. You have to track that. You have to take one from another, right? So you have to find out all the values, asset side values, and then liability side values. After that only you can prepare balance sheet or proprietary fund statement. See here, another problem I have given here. Paid up capital, plant and machinery, sales, gross profit, annual credit sales, turnover ratio, fixed assets turnover ratio, sales return. So these are the informations are available. Within this information, you have to bring it from one another, right? See here, I have calculated all these things. You practice it, then tomorrow if we have, let us complete the syllabus. If we have time, we will do some important problems. These things you, because one chapter I can do one specimen, right? So you practice it, many problems it will be different from one another. You practice it. Okay. Can we go for next one? Right, next chapter, let us go. Next unit, cost sheet, right? Now we have completed 4 units. First unit, you have basic accounting concepts, conventions, journal ledger, trial balance, then preparation of final accounts, and then some theory part. Then unit 2 we have studied depreciation and ratio analysis. Unit 3 marginal fund flow and cash flow analysis. Unit 4 marginal costing, and then unit 5 cost accounting, and you have variance, standard costing or variance analysis, right? So let us do cost accounting. See, what is cost accounting? Cost accounting means what? We have already, what are the accounting we have studied here? What are the accounting we have studied? Financial accounting and management accounting, right? What is financial accounting? What is management accounting? Generally, you tell. Anybody?
Financial accounting is basically what we are doing in day-to-day basis.
That is historical information. Our financial accounting is based on historical information, which is what are the transactions occurred in your business that you are recording in the books of accounts and preparing final statements. That's over. That is financial accounting, right? So management accounting, which helps you to take various decision making, you are interpreting the final statements. It is also based upon your financial accounting, but you are interpreting by using various techniques, tools. That is, ratio analysis is you can use take it as a tool. Marginal costing is a technique. So some ways and means you are using and interpreting the statements for taking various decision making. That is called management accounting, right? So what is cost accounting?
Accounting for cost and recording the cost as records.
So you have once you are producing the goods, you have to ascertain the cost. Ascertain means what? You have to fix the price. How you are determining your price of your product? So what is the cost incurred for producing that product? That first of all you should ascertain, isn't it? Once ascertainment of all these costs, what is incurred for your production, that then only you can fix the selling price, isn't it? So that is why all the what you are going to study in cost accounting, it is the elaborate one. But here three accounts we are combined into one accounting for manager. So elaborately we cannot go all the chapters in cost accounting. We are going to study only the basic elements. What are the expenditure you are incurring, then how to prepare cost sheet, and then standard costing. Only these two things you are going to study under cost accounting. Cost accounting, there are various things are there. Job costing, services costing, so many methods, so process costing, so many things are there that we are not going to. Only BCom students you might have studied individually in BCom while studying BCom, right? So that things are not required as a basic fundamental thing which is required essential for manager. That is why the cost sheet and variance analysis we have included in this syllabus, right? See here, what is cost accounting? Cost accounting is the application of accounting and costing principles, methods, and techniques in the ascertainment of cost and the analysis of saving or excess cost incurred as compared with the previous experience or with the standards. So when you are recording what are the expenditure incurred for production, when you are ascertaining the cost, what is incurred, then you can compare with the actual with the standard. What you have standard norms fixed, you can find out what is the deviation, what is the variation between actual and standard norms. So that helps you as a what tool? Helps to manage, helps the management as a controlling tool or controlling technique. If you have no records of maintaining what is the expenditure you are incurred for producing the product, so what will happen? Your expenditure will go like anything. If there is any system is there, then only the cost will be controlled, right? So this ascertainment of cost is not only for ascertaining, but also it is using as tool of controlling technique, right? So see here, what are the elements of cost is that basically whatever be the production, if you are making, whatever be the goods, you have to incur three basic expenditure. So what are they? Material, labor, and overheads, right? So material, what it may be a direct material and indirect material. Direct material and labor is also those who are under directly producing the product per unit. How much wages per unit if you are paying, that is direct labor. Indirect labor, that is supervision salary, manager salary, these are all indirect labor. Okay, then overheads is also for directly what you expenditure you are say for an example power consumption for 1 unit of producing output, how much you have to incur. So that kind of direct expenditure is there. Indirect expenditure is different, right? So you have to classify elements of cost: material, labor, and overheads, right? So material under that direct labor, direct material, indirect material, labor also both direct, indirect. So these indirect material, indirect labor, and indirect expenditure comes under the heads of production overhead, administration overhead, sales overhead, and distribution overhead. In the factory, if you are doing fuel and other expenditures, supervisor salary, foreman salary. So these are all comes under production, sorry, the material related to material, that is flavor. If you are doing any flavor, adding that indirect material and indirect labor, indirect overheads comes under production overhead. Administration overhead, you have to pay stationery expenditure, manager salary, the telephone charges, taxation paid, rent rate, all these things comes under general category. In office, what are the expenditure you are making, that comes under administrative overheads. Sales overheads, salesman commission, then advertisement, sales related activity. If you are doing any expenditure, that comes under sales overheads. Distribution overheads, that is you have to give warehouse rent, and then your carriage outwards, then display expenditure you are doing. So these comes under distribution overheads, right? Selling and distribution on and the you can club into one, right? See here, I have explained what are the expenditures comes under these things. You go through that. Then let us see. We have to prepare cost sheet. How you are preparing financial statement, that is trading profit and loss account in financial accounting, like that. In cost accounting, we have to prepare cost sheet, statement of cost, for finding the ascertaining of cost of production, right? So what are the expenditure you have to include, what are the expenditure, the financial expenditure you have to exclude. What is, I have given it here, specimen format is given. First you have to take what is the direct material you have consumed for the production, that is material, direct labor, direct overheads. If you add these three things, is called prime cost. What is prime cost? Direct material, direct labor, direct overheads, which is used for the production during the year or during the month, that is called prime cost. Prime cost plus factory expenditure, that is called works cost. Works cost plus office or administrative expenditure, that is called cost of production. Cost of production plus selling and distribution overheads, that is called cost of sales. Cost of sales plus if you add some profit, that some percentage of profit, that is sales. Okay, so when you are taking direct material, sometimes opening stock of raw material will be given and purchases of raw material will be given. So you have to find out what is the direct material which is consumed for the production, that how to calculate opening stock of raw material plus purchases of raw material during the year. If you have spent for any expenditure, carriage inwards. So when you are bringing raw material into your factory, you are paying some wages, right? That is called carriage inwards. So that is, you have to add with the purchases. Purchases plus opening stock of raw material plus purchases of raw material plus carriage inwards, you add it, less closing stock of raw material. That is called cost of material consumed or used for the production, or direct material. In your problem, direct material, if it is given, you take, no, don't take, don't deduct opening stock, all these things. Direct material means material which is consumed for the production. Okay, then add direct labor and direct expenditure. If you add all these three things, that is called prime cost. Do you understand? Prime cost plus factory overheads, if you are adding, that is called works cost. Works cost plus administration expenditure, if you are adding, that is called cost of production. Then cost of production plus selling and distribution overheads is called cost of sales. So what are the financial nature of expenditure you have to exclude while preparing the statement? While preparing the cost sheet, you have to take only the actual expenditure which is incurred for the production, right? So some expenditure may be non-cash expenditure and non-trading expenditure, you have to eliminate it. That's some financial nature. Say for an example, cash discount. Cash discount means what? At the time of purchasing 10,000 worth of goods, they are giving you 9,000. That is called cash discount. 9,000 you are entering into the books of account. So 1,000 rupees it is here, you can avoid it to write in the books of account, cost sheet, right? Then interest paid, this is financial expenditure. Preliminary expenses, goodwill written off, bad debts written off, provision for taxation, provision for bad debts, transferring to Federal Reserve, donations, income tax paid, dividend paid. These are all the expenditures which are financial nature and non-cash and non-trading expenditures. You have to eliminate it. But only one thing you have to keep it in your mind: depreciation. Depreciation, even though it is a non-cash expenditure, but in cost sheet we have to show. Why? Because the machinery, when we are utilizing depreciate, the asset will depreciate, so we are treating it as an expenditure. So we have to show in the only depreciation, you have to take it in the preparation of the factory cost. Factory cost, you have to add depreciation in the cost sheet. The other items financial nature you should not take. Okay, let us do one problem, you can understand. See this is the problem is given in your problem. Number of jeans manufactured during the month 1000 units, and then direct material consumed is given. That means consumed for the production. Direct material is given, direct labor, indirect labor, supervision cost, factory premises, all these informations are given. A profit margin of 20% on the total cost of goods is expected on the sale of jeans, right? Let us prepare two columns, per unit column and total amount column, right? So see here, direct material, how much is given? 1000 units are given. So 1000 units, what is the sales price? Sale price you have to find out, that we have to find out, right? Let us do it later on. Direct material, it is given 20,000. Direct labor 8,000. So total direct prime cost, direct material, direct overheads are not given. Direct expenditure is not given. So only direct material and labor. So prime cost is 28,000. Number of unit 1000 units. So 28,000 divided by 1000 units. 1 unit is equal to 28 rupees. Per unit column also you maintain it. Okay. Then factory or works or factory overheads. Factory overheads, what are they? See here, indirect labor, supervision cost in factory. The only you take only in factory, right? Factory premises rent, then factory lighting, oil for machinery, that you have to take it in factory. Depreciation on machinery, that you have to take it here, right? Depreciation on machinery is treated as an expenditure. So all the factory expenditure, prime cost plus factory expenditure, if you are adding, that is called works cost, right? So works cost is 34,300 divided by 1000 units. So per unit, how much you have to do it, right? 34.30. Then office and administrative overhead, what are they? See here, office overhead, office salary, and then miscellaneous office expenditure. Only these expenditure, if you are adding works cost plus office expenditure, is called cost of production. Cost of production plus selling and distribution overheads, that is called cost of sales, right? So cost of sales is 51,300. Now we have to find out sales. Before finding the sales, one clue is given. A profit margin 20% on the total cost of goods is expected on the sale of jeans. So that means what? 20% on total cost of goods sold. So cost of goods sold is how much? 51,300 into 20%. How much it is? So 10,260. Right? You add it. So total sales value is 61,560. This is the sales value divided by 1000 jeans. Per unit jean value, jean cost is 61.556. 61 rupee 56 paise. So this is the method you have to find out, right? Sometimes this profit margin here, profit margin 20% on cost of goods is sold is given. Instead 20% on say for an example, here 25% on, instead of cost of goods, it is given on sales. Right? A profit margin of 25% on the sales is expected to the gin, it is given. Sales value we do not know. Only the profit is given on sales. So how to find out profit? So in that case, you have to take, see here, I have given here, if 25% is given on your sales, that means what is on your profit on cost? So what is the profit is given in your problem? That is 25 divided by 100 minus 25. That means 100 minus 25 means here 25, 75. Right? So that means 1/3 or 33.33%. Okay, on cost. So 25% on sales means on cost will be 33.33%. Or here 20% on say 20% on sales if it is given. So what is the profit on cost? Profit percentage on cost is, see here,
25%, ma'am.
20 by 100 minus 20. So that means 80%.
Cost will be 80 and profit percentage will be 25%.
25%. Profit on cost will be 25%. Okay, on cost, 25% on cost.
1/5 on sales is equal to 1/4 on
1/4
isn't
on
it, ma'am? On sales.
yes,
Yeah,
on cost.
yeah, ma'am.
And suppose indirectly if it is given, you have to
Yeah.
calculate like this. Some
Yes,
problem will be given like that. You should be read very carefully. Profit percentage, whether is it given on cost of sales or sales.
Or sales, yes.
You should be very careful. If it is
Yeah,
given on cost of sales, no problem. We know cost.
Yes.
Cost into what is
Without
the percentage
profitability.
divided by
Yes.
100, we can calculate directly. Suppose
Yes.
on sales, if it is given, you have to take it
Include.
on cost. Yes, that
Yes,
you have to derive.
Thank you.
And then you have to find out. Okay, this is
Yes,
for
ma'am.
your information, additional information. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let us do one more problem. See here in this problem, there are some work in progress, opening stock, not only in the raw materials, but also work in progress also, and then finished goods also you have opening and closing is there. So in that case, how to prepare cost sheet? See here, opening stock of raw material plus purchases plus expenditure on purchases, that means carriage inwards, minus closing stock of raw materials, that is called materials consumed or direct material used for production, plus direct wages, direct overheads. If it is not given, you take only these two, that is called prime cost. Okay, prime cost plus what you have to take, factory overheads, right? So in that case, work in progress means what? In factory, some goods may be semi-finished means 50% material maybe it is undergoing, no, ongoing. So 50% material or 75% labor work is going on. So if opening stock and closing stock, if it is there, that you have to add with it, that is prime cost plus opening work in progress plus factory overheads minus closing work in progress, that is called works cost. While doing works cost, the work in progress, opening you have to add, closing work in progress you have to deduct along with the factory cost. Do you understand? So opening and closing work in progress, if it is given, you have to adjust in the factory overheads. Okay. So prime cost plus opening work in progress plus factory cost minus closing work in progress, that is called work cost, right? So works cost plus office and administrative overhead, that is called cost of production. So after finding the cost of production, you have to adjust finished goods. Finished goods opening and closing is there. See here, opening stock of finished goods, first opening is 54,000, closing 31,000 is there. So cost of goods sold, sorry, cost of production plus opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods, if you are adjusting, that is called cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold plus selling and distribution overheads, that is called cost of sales. Do you understand? So prime cost, while doing prime cost, if you have opening and closing raw material, you have to adjust for finding direct material or material used for production, right? So opening and closing work in progress, if it is given, that you have to adjust in the factory overhead. Prime cost plus opening work in progress plus factory cost minus closing work in progress, that is called factory works cost. So works cost plus office and administration overhead, that is called cost of production. After finding the cost of production, you have to adjust opening and closing working finished goods. Opening stock and closing stock of finished goods, if you are adjusting, that is called cost of goods sold. Cost of production plus opening stock of finished goods minus closing stock of finished goods, that is called cost of goods sold. Cost of goods sold plus selling and distribution overhead, that is called cost of sales. You add some profit, that is called sales. Do you understand this problem? Right?
Ma'am, on this advertising carriage outward, so if, for example, your production of unit, say 1,000, was supposed to happen where you have already produced like 700 units, but then advertising cost will also should reduce, no, in the same time.
What is available information we are doing, that's all. Why you are worrying about what is total advertising? Don't try. Advertisement is a deferred revenue expenditure. Usually you will do in bulk, 2 crore, 3 crore, like that, right? So every year what we do in financial accounting, we used to shown in the asset side as a deferred revenue expenditure. Every year we are eliminating that expenditure. That benefits maybe go for 10 years, right? So if you have done 1 crore rupee expenditure for advertisement, 10 year means per year 10 lakhs you are writing off. 1 year advertisement expenditure you are treating 10 lakhs. So that 10 lakhs you have to write off in the profit and loss account debit side. So profit and loss account, you are writing advertisement expenditure written off 10 lakhs. So if, every year your asset side value 1 crore you might have shown as a deferred revenue expenditure, 10 lakhs it will reduce, right? So that is the nature of advertisement expenditure. So here what is given, here don't think that much. What is given, you take it in the selling and distribution expenditure. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's all with regards to this cost sheet. You practice some more problems. Cost sheet is very simple and easy calculation. Sometimes a case study also they may give this type of problem. Case study they may give. Sometimes part A they will give you some small part, opening stock, closing stock, find out what is the prime cost, what is the finished goods cost, like that. Some partially they may also ask, or sometimes they may ask you to prepare like this statement. Okay. So tomorrow we will do standard costing and variance analysis. Standard costing and variance analysis, we can use it as a technique or tool in both management accounting as well as cost accounting. There are variance analysis are there, many analysis are there: material, labor, then overheads fixed as well as variable cost, then sales variances. But according to your syllabus, we have taken only material and labor. Okay. So formulas and all I have given here. You go through this formulas. Tomorrow we will do some problems in material variances and labor variances. After preparing all these things, whatever doubts you note it down today, you practice it, whatever be the problem. Tomorrow will be the final class. Then I will tomorrow, after finishing this material variances and labor variances, we will discuss whatever doubts you have. Okay. I think time over. We can conclude the class.
Ma'am, can we have the PPT now?
PPT is available in your website, DDE website.
Ma'am, we have searched, but it was for 22 only.
Same PPT only. Accounts, there is no changes. Same thing only. The
Okay,
same
ma'am. Thank
PPT
you.
I have uploaded in there. You can take it. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. You practice it. It is in your hand. You have to practice. Right? Okay.
Ma'am, what is the average ratio of students passing an account subject?
Many of them are getting pass. Only few of them, those who didn't come from account background, you have to go some private tuition like that, then only you can do the problem. Even though some of them will get managed, some theory questions also they are writing and they are applying. Actually it is a very good scoring paper. You can get 100 out of 100 if your answer is correct. 20 marks question, I will give you 20 marks. 10 marks question, correct answer is correct, 10 marks I will give you. Theory paper will be reduced. 10 marks question, they will give you only 5, 6 marks, 7 marks. If you have very extraordinarily, if you have written only 8 marks, we will give. Even though 2 marks we will reduce. But problem paper, you can get full mark. So you try to practice it, get good, score good marks. Okay. Don't worry about it. Your effort is very important, right? You have to practice it, many problems, then only you can do it very successfully. Okay.
Madam, where can we get this PPT?
It is available. Say, I show you where it is.
Ma'am, next week, whether the staffs are available in department?
Next week?
Whether the staffs are available in university?
Which
Because
one?
we are, whether the staffs, I mean, if we are planning to come to university block to clarify some of our questions, so whether the staffs are available.
Which staff is required for you?
Yeah, like you and management staff, like whether you are available in that
No,
university.
only 3 faculties are in DDE. Mine, that is I'm Dr. Umastri, accounting DDE faculty. Punita, who is taking organizational behavior, and Nizamuddin, Dr. Nizamuddin, he is taking law. Law.
Yes, ma'am.
Only these 3 are the DDE faculty. Okay. The other faculties, we are taking from outside colleges and regular department, so you cannot meet them in direct. If you are coming in DDE only, you can meet V3 people. Okay, don't think of
Yes.
all of us are from DDE.
Ma'am, will you share the important questions to at least for a passing wise for a non-commerce background for us?
Question papers already it is uploaded in your previous question papers.
Ma'am,
Ah.
ma'am, is there any possibility to share additional exercises or cases like this that we can use for practice? Or do you recommend some book we can read?
Lot of books are there. Financial accounting, management accounting, Mageshwari, so many books are available. You can go through that.
So they will have use cases like this where we can do this sort of an analysis.
Huh?
Like the sort of analysis that you showed right now for case studies. Will they have case studies like this?
Case studies only problem. In accounts problem only they will ask. Don't worry. Final accounts, marginal costing, any decision making problem, or variance analysis, ratio analysis, like this kind of problem only they will ask. Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. If you can share this year question paper also very good.
See here. This one. See here. Can you see this screen? If you go to our DDE website, student support services, if you click, under that teaching learning material you click, under that PPT is there, MBA you click, here accounting first semester you click, accounting for manager, 4 PPTs I have given here. So you download it, the same one only, you download it and use it. Okay. Okay, bye. Thank you. Practice it well. All the best. Tomorrow we will see. Right? Tomorrow 12 to 1.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Guys, if you get question paper, please share in the group. Just for your information, the screen is being recorded and your IDs are also being noted down.
What the? I don't understand. You're saying to me? Hello? Mr. Shivan? Shivan? Are the class finished or now lunch break? Hello? Actually, I was in office, so I was not a little bit busy at work. That's why I didn't attend.
Hello, this is Pradeep. I would like to know if the class has concluded or still on session. Excuse me, can someone please coordinate the video line? No presentation is being displayed, so I would like to know whether meeting is over or the class is yet to be concluded. Is it still in session? Someone please kindly reply or coordinate. Thank you.
Actually, we'll start from 2 o'clock. So, I'll have a lunch break from 1 to 2 actually.
Okay, so we start at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello, students. Hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. I think students are joining one by one. Just wait for 2-3 minutes and we'll start. Are you able to see PPT by this time?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any doubt from the last class? Anything you want to revise again or to discuss once again? Otherwise, we'll proceed forward. So last class we have discussed about the company, starting from the incorporation of a company up to memorandum of association we have discussed, isn't it?
So this is which unit, sir, please?
This is unit 4th, I think. Yours is unit, just a second. Yeah, 4th unit.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Are you joining today first time? Hello?
No, sir, I joined the first 2 sessions. I missed the last one.
Okay. We are discussing last time, we are discussing about the company law. Okay. So from the how the company is to be incorporated and with the then what are the documents to be used and what are the different types of company. Then we have also discussed about the memorandum of association. In memorandum of association, there is a called as doctrine of ultra virus. So sometime in examination, short question comes: what do you understand by doctrine of ultra virus, and what are the occasion when the doctrine of ultra virus can be implemented? So we have discussed this, and today we'll be discussing about article of association. Okay. So let us see how many have joined by this time. 81. Morning, how many were there? Is there any idea?
Near about 120, 108.
132, sir.
130.
Maximum 132, yeah.
Now only 80. So we'll wait for 1 or 2 minutes, then we can start. So till then we can revise. Is there any doubt of this memorandum of association? So we have discussed formation of a company, then we have memorandum of association. Memorandum of association, it is a fundamental document like your constitution of the country. Similar way, the memorandum of association is a fundamental document which is to be submitted during the registration process. Both the documents like memorandum of association and article of association, both the documents are to be submitted during the registration of a company. So these are the 2 fundamental documents, and memorandum of association is external document which external people like the shareholders, creditors, all those people, they should know that what is the role of the company, what are the functions of the company, and it should be known to them. And similarly, article of association, it is internal rules and regulation of a company, how to be regulate the company, internal rules and regulation to be framed. So that is an internal document, and memorandum of association is external document which the external people they should know. But both the things, they are these are to be submitted during the registration process, and it is to be kept in the always it will be available in the office of the registrar of the company. So anyone who is interested to know about the company and their functions, roles, and internal rules and regulations, they can go to the registrar's office and pay the nominal fee, and you can see all the document. So later on, you should not say that I am not aware of what the company's role is. So that is why the 2 doctrines are there. First doctrine is called as, let us see what are the form contents. What is the memorandum the association contains? It has several clauses, and sometimes examination it comes. What do you understand by memorandum of association, and what are the different clauses? So there are some 4 clauses. One is name clause, then second is the register office clause, third is the object clause, and liability clause. The object clause which are mentioned in the memorandum of association during registration of the company, if you go beyond that, out of that purview, it will be called as ultra virus, which is void. So if anyone is doing contract or making contract with that kind of company who is doing ultra virus, it will be void. The contract will be void contract. So next one is liability clause. These are the 4 clauses contained in the memorandum of association. We discuss about the doctrine of ultra virus. The company's activities are confined strictly to the object mentioned in the memorandum. Whatever you have mentioned during registration and whatever you have mentioned in the memorandum, you need to stick to that. If you are going beyond that, that means it will be called as ultra virus. And if they go beyond this object, then such acts will be ultra virus. The object of declaring such act as ultra virus is to protect the interest of the shareholder, because shareholder, they know that in prospectus you have declared when share is being issued to the shareholders, and before that you must have, the company must have issued the prospectus. In prospectus they will mention that what exactly company is going to do and what are their functions, and so shareholders should not be in dark. To protect the interest of the shareholder, this doctrine of ultra virus is being done. So ultra virus, what are the different types of ultra virus? Ultra virus by the director, not void. If director is doing any thing ultra virus beyond the objects, if director is doing, that is not void, and director will be held responsible for that one. Similarly, ultra virus, the article of association. If there is a ultra virus in the article of association, it is not void. Ultra virus memorandum of association. If you are going beyond the what you have mentioned in memorandum of association, if you are going back that one, it will be void. So what are the effects of ultra virus? Injunction against the company. You can file the suit against the company. Personal liability of the director to the company. Those directors who are liable personally, you can make them liable and you can file the suit. Personal liability of the director to third party. Director is personally liable to the third party who is dealing with the company. Ultra virus contracts are void. These are the effects of the ultra virus. Now next fundamental document is article of association. So how many have joined by this time? It is 93, almost going to 100. Okay. Next our topic is article of association. What is the article of association? So this is the one of the 2 fundamental document which is to be submitted during the registration of a company. You have to submit this 2 documents to the register of the company while registering your company. The article of association of a company and its bylaws are regulations which given by the management of its internal affairs and the conduct of its business. So it is given this article of association given by the internal members of the company. So how the company will be regulated? Company and its bylaws, laws and rules and regulations are framed for the company. That rules and regulations will be mentioned in the article of association. This define the duties, rights, and powers and authority of the shareholders and the directors in their respective capacities, and the company and the made and form in which the business of the company is to be carried out. These are the things it will be included in the article of association. What is the rights? What is the duties of the shareholders, directors, and other members of the company, and the mode and form in which the business of the company is to be carried out. Which mode and how the business is to be carried out by the company, it will be mentioned in the article of association. Whereas in memorandum of association, what we are mentioning, like name clause, name of the register office, address of the register office, then object clause, what are the objects of the company, then liability clause, what are the liability of the members, all this it will be mentioned in the memorandum of association. Whereas in article of association, bylaws and how the company will be regulated, all this, the mode of the regulation of mode and form in which business is to be run, that is to be mentioned in the article of association. So the article of a company usually deal with the following matter. What are those? The business of the company, how the business of the company will be done. the amount of capital issued and classes of shares, and the increase and reduction of share capital. This is to be mentioned in the article of association. The amount of capital issued and the classes of what are the different classes of shares, like equity shares, preferential shares, bonus shares, all this it will be mentioned in this article of association. The next is the right of each class of shareholders and the procedures for variation of the rights of the each class. Different class shareholders, like what are the rights and duties of the preferential shareholder? What are the rights and duties of the?
Hello.
Yes. Anything? Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shall we proceed?
Hello, hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Who is this? Okay. The rights of the each class of shareholders, duties of the each class of shareholder, it is to be mentioned in this one. The execution or adoption of preliminary agreement, if any, the allotment of shares, calls, forfeiture of shares, and non-payment of calls, etc., is to be mentioned in this article of association. The allotment of like company's lien on share. What is the company's role on share? What is the duty of the company? What is the members' role? All this it is to be mentioned. Exercise of borrowing powers, including issue of debenture. What is the borrowing power of the company and how to issue the debenture to the members. General meeting, it will be mentioned in the general meeting, notices, quorum, proxy, poll, voting, resolution, minutes, everything will be mentioned in the, this is the internal affairs of the company. Everything will be mentioned in the article of association. Then number of appointment and powers of directors, dividends, interim and final, and general reserves, accounts and audit, keeping of both statutory and other. These are the things which contained in the article of association. Is it clear? In article of association, there are two doctrine. One is called, this is also sometimes short question comes, doctrine of indoor management, and another is doctrine of constructive notice. There are two doctrines in article of association. Those are doctrine of indoor management and doctrine of constructive notice. In memorandum of association, there is a doctrine called as doctrine of ultravirus. So in your syllabus, there are three doctrines: doctrine of ultravirus, doctrine of indoor management, doctrine of constructive notice. So short question sometimes comes out of these three. So what is doctrine of indoor management? The doctrine of indoor management allows all those who deal with the company to assume that the provisions of the articles have been observed by the officer of the company. So those people who are dealing with the company, like shareholders, other creditors, all this, they understood that they understand that whatever the management is doing, it is as per the rules and regulations. In other words, they are not bound to inquire into the regularity of the internal proceedings. That means they will not ask every now and then what exactly you are doing. An outsider is not expected to see that the company carries out its internal regulation. What are the internal regulations you are carrying out? Outsider like shareholders and all, they may not be able to see. But they understand that whatever you are doing as per the rules and regulations. So it is called as doctrine of indoor management. That means whatever you are doing indoor, inside the company, it should be as per the rules and regulations. If you are doing anything wrong, then it is your fault. External members will not be held responsible. So, what are the exceptions? The doctrine of indoor management subjected to the following exception. What are those? Knowledge of irregularity. You, if you know there is a knowledge of irregularity, you know that company is doing irregular things, but still you have not brought to the notice of any one, like company register of the company or any complaint you have not done. But by knowingly you are keeping quiet, that means it will not be applicable to you. No knowledge of articles. If you don't have any knowledge of articles of association, what is written in the article, you say that as a member, you will say that, no, I was not knowing what is written in article of association. But The article of association is kept in the company's register of the company. Anytime you can go and visit, you can see the refer the article of association, the company in which you are dealing. The rule cannot be invoked in favor of a person who did not consult the memorandum and article. If you do not know the article, what is contained in the article of association, what is contained in the memorandum of association, it doesn't mean that it will be in favor of you. By knowing all these things or not knowing is an excuse. Next is void or illegal transaction. If you are doing any void and illegal transaction, then in that case also it is not applicable. Negligence. If an officer of a company does something which would not ordinarily be within the power. If any officer does anything beyond his power, the person dealing with him must make proper inquiries and satisfy himself as to officer's authority. If you are dealing with any officer of the company, you need to identify whether he is a real officer of the company or not, whether he is the right person or not. You need to inquire. If he fails to make inquiry, he cannot rely on the rule. That means in that case also it will not be applicable. Doctrine does not apply where question is in regard very existence of agency. Suppose there is a question in the existence of the company. For example, for a private company, what is the minimum number of member? Anyone? For making a private company, what is the minimum number of members required?
It's 2 to 200.
2, sir. 2 to 3.
2. So even single man company is also there. So if a normal company, if the member falls below 2, then there is a question in the existence, or they do not have the capital which they are supposed to collect. If capital is less than that, then in that case there is a question of existence of the company itself. So in that case also it will not be applicable. So this is the doctrine of indoor management. This is in favor of the members, external members. This doctrine is in the favor of the external members. What is the exception? These are the exception. If you are not knowing, if you know irregularity, then also you are dealing with these are the exception. Otherwise, the doctrine, what doctrine says that whatever the officers are doing inside the company, you understand that they are as per the rules and regulation of the company. If they do something wrong, then they will be held responsible. If you know the things, then you have to bring into the notice of the authority. So this is in support of the external member. There is another doctrine called a doctrine of constructive notice. This is in favor of the company. I have not mentioned in the slide, but let us discuss. What is the doctrine of constructive notice? This is the doctrine of constructive notice is in favor of the company. How? The doctrine of constructive notice says that, so whatever the article of association and memorandum of association rules and regulation of the company, it is understood that the people who are dealing with the company, they are knowing it. That means it's a kind of constructive notice. It is assumed that people who deals with the company, they know the article of association, memorandum, all these rules and regulations, how the company, what is the function of the company, is everything known to them. If they are not knowing, it is not company's fault. If they wanted to know, they can go to the registrar's office and they can refer it. So this is in favor of the company. If somebody cannot say that I do not know what company was doing, so ultra-virus, I will not be responsible for the ultra-virus of the company or something. If a company irregularity is going on, you know, still you say that I was not aware of it. All these things, it will be not considered in this one. So this is the constraint of constructive notice. Now let us see the difference. We said the distinction between, what are the distinctions? This is also sometimes our question comes. What are the distinction between private company and public company? Like public company, what it requires, minimum number of members are required 7. For formation of a public company, what is the minimum number required? 7. For formation of a private company, minimum number requires 2 members. Maximum number, in this case public company, it is unlimited, and private company 200. It is 200 or 250, I am doubtful. Maximum number 200 suppose. Issue of prospectus. In case of public company, can issue for the public share. They can invite public for share. But in case of private company, they cannot issue prospectus for inviting share. In case of public company, company can start its business after getting certificate of commencement from the register of company's office. Once you are getting certificate of commencement, you can start function of the company. Before that, you cannot start. But whereas in private company, after getting the certificate of incorporation, the moment you got the registered, you have registered in Company Act and you got the certificate of incorporation, you can start. Whereas this public company, they cannot start after getting incorporation. They need to wait for the certificate of commencement. Register of the office, they will issue the certificate for the commencement of business. Then only you can start. In case of public company, it is to be limited at the end of the company name. But in case of private company, it has to be written private limited. In case of public company, the shares are freely transferable. But in case of private company, it is not transferable because you are not inviting share to the public. In case of public company, statutory meeting to be statutory meeting and its report to be submitted to the register of the company. In case of private company, need not to be convened meeting. In case of public company, number of directors, minimum number of directors 3. In case of private company, it is 2. In case of public company, required to give written consent to act as a director. You need to give the written consent that I consent to act as a director in so and so company. But in this private company, it is not required. In public company, separate resolution required to each director. For appointment of each director, you need to require a separate resolution. But in case of private company, 2 or more can be single resolution. In a single resolution, you can appoint 2 or more directors. So these are the few distinctions between the private company and public company. Next, let us see share. Before share, we'll discuss about the prospectus. What is a prospectus? Prospectus means you are giving advertisement to the public about the company, and you will be asking to invest in share of the company, to buy share from the company. For that, you are inviting people. You will be giving, company will give advertisement in newspaper and other documents. In that, it will be mentioned what are the functions of the company, role of the company, and what is the liability of the company. All this, it is to be mentioned in the prospectus, so that public will be aware of the company, and after reading those prospectus, they will be deciding whether to invest share for this company or not. That is called prospectus. And in lieu of prospectus, also some advertisement can be given. So next is share and share capital. What is a share? Section 284 defines a share is a share capital of a company. What is share? It is a share capital of a company and includes stock. When the number of shares are together, it will be called as stock. A share signifies the following. What are those? The interest of a shareholder in the company, the right to receive dividend, attend meeting, vote at the meeting, and share in the surplus asset of the company, if any, in the event of the company being owned out. What is the interest of a shareholder? So a shareholder has the right to receive dividend, right to attend meeting, right to attend vote, right for voting, and share in the surplus asset of the company. If there is any surplus asset, once the company is liquidated, and after distributing the shareholder, creditors and everything, if any surplus amount is left over, then shareholder can share it. So these are the interest of the shareholder in the company. The liability of the shareholder in the company to pay costs on share until fully paid up. So liability of a shareholder, it will be mentioned in the article of association. What are the liability of the shareholder? Memorandum of association, it will be mentioned liability clause. If it is liable by guarantee or liable, that is to be, if his unpaid amount is left over, he is supposed to pay the leftover amount. Just a second. Yes, the right of the liability of shareholder company to pay costs on share until fully paid up. If you are liable to pay some amount or some capital, if you have not completely paid, you are supposed to pay fully. The right of the shareholder to transfer the share subject to the article of association. The right of the shareholder to transfer the share subject to the article of association. There is some disturbance on some of the students. What is it? Dangeti. Can you mute your system, please? Mute your mic, please.
Sir, in the book it is given section 84, section 2, instead of 84 it is 46. Should we consider 84?
There is a little change as per the 2013. I have to confirm it. What is this? Share and share. Just a second. I will confirm and let you know.
Yeah, in the study material it is given section 246. So yeah.
There is a changes because study material some old EA is there, so there is a revision. Let us see. So you need not to mention the this article this
Sections.
section. Okay.
Okay.
Sir, suppose this company is formed with 1 lakh initial share.
Okay.
And later on, it goes for asking public to invest in that in form of IPO or some other thing. So from whether that will be some additional capital in called against new shares, or that will be part of the original shares.
In that case, who will be asking for the public share? That public company only, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, public company. Suppose the minimum capital should be 1 crore or whatever it is mentioned in the memorandum of association. If you are not collecting those amount, then you will not be given with the certificate of commencement. So you can not start company, function of the company until.
Sir, that is not the question.
Okay.
Sir, suppose initially the companies started with 1 crore.
Okay.
Among the shares of 5 or 10, whatever minimum members were there.
Okay.
So later on, company go for asking share through that public offering.
Okay.
So whether that will be part of original shares or that will be additional.
That will be additional. It will be mentioned in the article of association how the shareholder, what kind of shares you can ask to the public in a later case. That
Okay,
is,
sir. Thank you.
That is to be mentioned in the article of association when registering of the company. So as per that only you have to ask, like right issue, the bonus share, all this it will be mentioned in the article of association. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So it will be in the authorized capital within the purview of the authorized capital only.
Yes.
If it is authorized capital is allowed to permit the rest of the shares, then a company can issue that particular share.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. Then the right of the shareholder transfer the share subject to the article of association. If as per the article of association, whatever it is mentioned, how to whether it is possible or not. So as per the article of association, you can transfer the share. Then binding conveyance at the part of the company as well as the shareholder as given in the article of the company. That means rules and regulations, bylaws, everything it is mentioned in the article of association. You have to be governed by the article of association, whatever it is mentioned. So different kinds of share, the different types of shareholders, all will be mentioned in the article of association. You have to govern as per that one. Thus, a share of a company in the hands of shareholders signifies a bundle of rights and obligations. They have certain rights and certain obligations. What are those rights? Right, as a point number 1, we have mentioned that right to receive dividend, right to attend meeting, right for voting, right to share the surplus capital assets, etc. And liability, if he is not completely paid up, so he has the liability to pay complete amount. and certain other things where which is mentioned in the article of association. As per that, he has to. So those are the liabilities you have to prove. The next is stock. What is stock? The term stock may be defined as the aggregate of fully paid up shares of a member merged into one fund equal value. So equal number of value shares are like if it is fully paid up share. So those shares can be collected together, can be called as stock. It can be from different company, different denomination. So some shares may be 10 rupee per share and some shares may be 50 rupee per share. So that will be different share. When it collects together, it can become a stock. So what it says, the term stock may be defined as the aggregate of fully paid up shares. It is not partly paid up. If some share is partly paid up, the members is not completely paid, that cannot be considered as stock. It is only fully paid up share. Members merge into the fund of equal values. So it is a set of shares put together in a bundle. Equal value in the sense, suppose per share 10 rupee. So you have a member as a shareholder has got 100 shares. So he has to pay 1000 rupee. If he has paid 500 rupee, it is unpaid. So if he is paid completely 1000 rupee, that can be one share for fully paid up share. So like this, all the shares together, aggregation of all the shares can be called as stock. The stock is expressed in terms of money and not as many shares. Stock can be divided into fraction of any amount and such fraction may be transferred like shares. We'll discuss later on what is the difference between shares and stock. Share. You can see a share has a nominal value. Like as example I told you, per share 10 rupee or 15 rupee or 100 rupee or 1000 rupee, whatever way. It has nominal value. Stock has no nominal value because it is a group of shares. It doesn't have any nominal value. A share has a distinctive number which distinguishes it from other shares. Like some companies share it is 100 number, some companies share it is 200 or 250, like this. Different numbers of shares will be there. But a stock has no such number because it is again aggregate of all shares certificate is called as stock. There is no such number. Share can be issued originally to the public. Share can be issued to the public, but a company cannot make an original issue of stock. He cannot issue stock because stock contains many number of shares, many different companies shares. Stock can be issued by existing company by converting it to fully paid up share. Can be converted to issued by existing company by converting it's a fully paid up share. Once it is fully paid up, then only it will be converting into stock. A share may either be fully paid up or partly paid up. Here, if you are not partly paid for the share, that can be called a share, but it is not fully paid up. It cannot be considered as a stock. Stock can never be partly paid up. It is always fully paid up. A share cannot be transferred in fraction. It is transferred as a whole, whereas a stock may be transferred in many fractions. All the shares are equal denomination, whereas stock may be of different, because stock may be of different company, different number, different value. So it cannot be same denomination. But in case of share, if it is a particular company share, if it is 10 rupee, all the share 100 rupee contain 10 rupee, like 1000 rupee. It is equal denomination. These are the difference between stocks and share. If at all any short question comes, you can write it. Next important thing is debenture. What is debenture? Section will leave the section. If there is any correction, I will check it out. Debenture includes debenture, stock, bonds, or any instrument or a company evidencing a debt, whether constituting a charge on the asset of the company or not. Debenture, it is a kind of credit to the company. You have taken it includes debenture, stock, bonds, or any other instrument or company evidencing a debt. It is a debt of the company, whether consulting a charge on the asset of the company or not, whether it is considered as a asset of the company or not. But once debenture is taken, that means we have liability to that. We'll see what are the characteristic features of debenture. Debenture is issued by a company and is usually in the form of a certificate which is an acknowledgement of indebtedness. That means company has taken money from you, so they will give you certificate like share certificate. They will issue a debenture certificate. It is issued under the company seal, because company seal is the mandatory. The characteristic of the company, it should have its own seal name. So there has to be seal under the certificate. It is one of the series issued to a number of leaders. It will be having different series debenture. So one of the series issued to a number of lender. It is usually specifies a particular period or date as the date of repayment. In the debenture certificate, you will be mentioning, company will mention the period of date and the date of repayment when company is going to repay your amount. It generally creates a charge on the undertaking in the company for some parts of its property. A debenture holder does not have any right to vote in the company's meeting, because we have given loan to the company. So it's a kind of loan from you. Company has taken loan. So company will issue certificate and they will give the issue date that when they are going to repay you, and the debenture as per the profit, how much they are going to do, what is the, it should be mentioned in the article of association. As per that, they will be giving you the profit or interest, and when your total amount will be returned back, repay back. A debenture holder does not have any right to the vote in the company. Like shareholder, they have the right to the right to vote, but a debenture holder, they do not have right. But a debenture holder, in case of liquidation of a company, debenture holder is before shareholder. Debenture holder will get their amount first. So this is the debenture. Then next we will be discussing about the company meeting. So is there any doubt till now? So formation of a company, memorandum of association, article of association, different doctrines, then prospectus, share, debenture, stock, all this we have discussed. If any doubt, you can ask me now.
So the bond is a type of debenture or it's totally different from that?
What is that?
Bond.
Bond is
Bond is a part of debenture or something different?
It is something different, not in debenture. It will be different. Again, that is, again, it will be mentioned in the article of association. So if for bond, issue bond or bond certificate or something, it has to be mentioned in the article of association. Then only you can do that. Anything else? There are there are two types of shares. You can say one is like equity share, another is preferential share. Anybody? What is equity share? What is preferential share? Can anyone say? What is preferential share? Any idea? There are two kinds of shares. One is equity share, another is preferential share.
Sir, I think there is a priority issue in preferences.
Yes, as preference is included in this one, there is a preference, there is a priority for the preferential shareholder. Because preferential shareholder, they will be getting certain amount of dividend in fixed amount. But in case of equity shareholders, it is not so. It will be decided by the company directors of the company in the meeting, that how much debenture is to be or how much profit is to be shared to the equity shareholder. But for the preferential shareholder, there will be fixed amount. That as per the profit, whatever the profit comes from the company, out of that certain percentage will be there, which is to be mentioned in the article of association. They are to be paid that much amount. But in case of equity shareholders, it is not such. It will be decided in the meeting how much percentage of shares is to be given to the equity shareholder. So preferential shareholder has some certain extra privileges or preference. In case of liquidation of a company, the first preferential shareholder will be getting their share amount. Then only it will come to the equity shareholders. Okay.
So what is the significance of preferential share, sir, with respect to equity?
That's
Is there
what
any
you.
is there any major significance of preferential share? I can understand that it is based on the dividends, it is fixed and all. But is there any necessity that there should be preferential share of a company?
Yeah, that is to be again. If it is required, then it is to be mentioned in the again article of association what kind of shareholder there will be. If you have not mentioned the preferential shareholder, then no need. If preferential shareholders are there, normally these two types of shareholders will be there, because all will not be interested to be a equity shareholder. Some will be interested to be a preferential shareholder. In that case, in case of liquidation of a company, his share preferential shareholder, they will get their money first, or their part of capital they will get first. But in case of equity shareholders, after clearing them, then only they will be relevant. It will be given to the equity shareholders. But if at all any leftover after distributing all of the members, all of the debenture holder, creditors, debenture holders, and equity shareholders, if any amount of money is left over or capital is left over, their shareholders, they have the right to share it. This is the difference only.
And preferential.
Yeah, anything? Hello?
Yeah, whether preferential shareholder would also be having right to vote?
Yeah, they will be having right to vote, like equity shareholders.
Okay.
They have both. Only they have certain privileges.
Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah. Next is, where is that? Company meeting. So what is the need of, first of all, what is the need of the company meeting? Is there any need of conducting meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, because a company is an artificial person and it cannot act itself, isn't it? So meeting, it has to be discussed. All this, it must act through some human intermediaries. So that is the reason meeting is required. So there are various provision of meeting. Like a meeting may be generally defined as a gathering or assembling, getting together for a number of persons for transacting any lawful business. So there must be at least 2 persons to constitute a meeting. In certain exceptional case, even 1 person may constitute a valid meeting. So there is in 2013 there is a provision of single member company also. So sometimes it may constitute a valid meeting with single member. The company meeting must be convened and held in perfect compliance with the applicable provision of the Companies Act 2013 and rules from thereunder. So it has to act as per the Company Act 2013. What are the different kinds of meeting? The company meeting may be classified as shareholders meeting. So different shareholders meeting, in that annual general meeting, extraordinary meeting, general meeting, extraordinary general meeting, class meeting, board meeting, meeting of the committee of the board, meeting of the debenture holder, meeting of the creditor, meeting of the contributory in winding up of a company. These are the various kinds of company meeting. So the first one is annual general meeting. So which is the very much important meeting, which should be normally when the company is constituted and after the commencement of the business within a 1 year, they have to convene a annual general meeting. So the first annual general meeting of a company shall be held within 9 months from the date of closing of its financial year. It's a closing of its financial year. Within the 9 months, it has to be complete this first general meeting. No extension of time can be allowed for the holding of first general meeting. First general meeting compulsory they have to conduct within 9 months of date of the closing of its financial year. So within 9 months of the closing of financial year, they must convene the annual general meeting. And there must be meeting held in each year, calendar year, where the first AGM of a company has been held within 9 months from the date of the closing of its final year. Then it need not to hold another AGM in the year of the incorporation. First year, because they have conducted first general meeting within the 9 months of the from the closing of the financial year. So in that year, once again, they need not to conduct annual general meeting. The gap between two annual general meeting must not be more than 15 months. So first general meeting within a 9 months you have conducted, and second general meeting there should not be gap between more than 15 months. So these are the duration of the meeting for the annual general meeting. The next one is extraordinary general meeting. Extraordinary general meeting when it is necessary, if anything in between something necessary to take decision, then extraordinary general meeting can be called. Next is class meeting. Similar different class of shareholders meeting, like debenture holders, equity shareholder, different class of meetings you can conduct. More meeting also you may conduct. Meeting of the committee of the board, meeting of the debenture holders, meeting of the creditors, meeting of the contribution winding up. In case of winding up of a company also, meeting can be held. These are the various kinds of company meeting. Next is duties of directors. So what are the duties of director? Directors may be divided under two heads. Only one is statutory duties and general duties. This is also sometimes question comes, what are the duties of the director? Next class we will be discussing old question paper, so that you will be able to know that what type of question comes and what else left over for discussion. So what are the statutory duties? To file written allotment. It is the duty of the director to file written of allotments. To disclose interest. To disclose receipt from the transfer of property. What are the property has been transferred, all these things it is to be disclosed. To disclose compensation from the transfer of share. Duty to attend board meeting. It is the duty of the director to attend board meeting. To convene annual general meeting. Like I said that annual general meeting, it should be first annual general within 9 months of the closing of the financial year. It is to be conducted, and it is the duty of the director to convene the annual general meeting. To prepare and place financial statement at the AGM. He has to prepare final statement and it is to be present to the annual general meeting. To authenticate annual financial statement. To appoint first auditor of the company. To appoint cost auditor of the company. To make declaration of solvency in case of voluntarily winding of the company. There are various kinds of winding of a company. Voluntary winding of a company, compulsory winding of a company, by the court orders. These are the way of winding of a company. In case of voluntary winding of the company, he need to make declaration of solvency of the company. What are the general duties? Duty of the good faith. It is understood that in good faith, the director he has to maintain the faith where he has joined, and he should maintain the good faith. Duty of care, he has to take care of the property of the company in his duty. Duty not to delegate, he cannot delegate his duty to others. These are the various duties and responsibility of the director. What are the liabilities of director? These are the first one is the duties of director. The liabilities are the liability of a director to a company may be considered under the following headings. What are those? Liability to the company. Director is liable to the company in case of ultra viruses. If director he does something beyond the beyond the object of the memorandum of association, it is called as ultra virus. It will be director will be held responsible for that one. And negligence and a malified act, he will be responsible for his negligence and malified act. Because company is an artificial person, he himself, company itself, it cannot do. It has to be done by the sum of the member of the company. If director who is the liable to the company, who is the key person of the company, if he is making anything doing the transacting business beyond its power, then he will be held responsible for the ultraviolet. Liable to the third parties. Third parties, we are dealing with the company, the director will be held responsible for that one. Liability to the breach of statutory duties. If he is breaching any of his statutory duties, like earlier we discussed statutory duties, out of that is any thing, if he is breached, then he will be held responsible. Liability for acts of co-directors. He will be held responsible for the acts of the co-directors. If there is any co-director, he is the main director. If anything goes wrong from the co-director side, the director cannot say that I am not held responsible for this one. He has to be liable for that one. Criminal liability, anything criminal act is being done by the director in the company, then he will be liable for that. Next is winding of a company. We have seen that incorporation of a company, then registration of a company, then different share capital, then meeting, then winding of a company. Winding of a company is the process where it's a life ended. When it's a life ended, company is over and the property administered for the benefit of the creditor and members. It has to be distributed among the creditors and the members. An administrator called liquidator, uh, like formation of a company initiator, there has to be someone who can start the business. Similarly, in case of liquidation, there has to be a liquidator. Liquidator is appointed and takes control of the company. Winding up or liquidation is the process by which management of a company affairs is taken out of its directors. So the company affairs who are held responsible for the company, the directors will be held responsible. But once winding up is declared, director have no role in that one. Now the liquidator have the all the role. He will take over the company and he will take the responsibility of the property or capital of the company. At the end of the winding of the company, will have no asset or liability. Whatever the company assets are there or capital are there, it is to be distributed as per the rules and regulations. Who will be preferential to whom the preference will be given as per that rules and regulations. It is to be distributed to them. So, what are the different modes of winding of a company? Company may be wound up in any of the following two ways. One is by the tribunal making a winding of order. If tribunal feels that company is going, it doesn't have its validity, or it is not maintaining the sanctity of the company's laws, then in that case, company has the tribunal will be giving decision for winding off a company. That is called as compulsory winding up. Another one is by passing of an appropriate resolution for voluntarily winding up a general meeting of members. If the members of the company feels that company cannot be survived, so in that case they can in the resolution of the meeting resolution, they can give the resolution that company has to be winded up. This is called voluntary winding up. These are the two ways. These are the two ways of winding of a company. So we have discussed from incorporation of a company to winding of a company. Any doubt or any clarification? Next class we'll be discussing about the Factory Act. Factory Act, then Industrial Dispute Act, and Factory Act and Industrial Dispute. There are the two acts left over. So we'll be discussing next class, and old question paper also we'll discuss. Till now, any doubt or anything discuss? Any clarification?
Sir, to start any new company, what all documentations are required?
Yeah, those are the two fundamental documents for registering a company: memorandum of association and article of association. Again, memorandum of association, there is a various clause like your name of the company, register office of the company. You need to give all the addresses of the company where the documents will be kept. These are the two fundamental documents like article of association and memorandum of association. And memorandum of association, all bylaws will be written. Then you have to the company registration you have to do. Then whatever the fee is to be paid and to be submitted to the register of the company.
Sir, but what if, like, say, if someone wants to start a home scale based kind of business? Someone wants to start a home scale base of a business, like a papad making company, not a company, basically, ladies starting this kind of society based thing, like they will come and make papad and go away. So what kind of documentation or something has to go through them?
That is, we'll be discussing in the Factory Act. Small like this, if you want to open some factories, small factories, in that case it will not register. You can register under a Factory Act.
Actually, such activities are not generally covered under a company, and it's form of some self-help group or some type of small
That is
enterprise.
self-help group. Some bank will be giving loan. So in that way, they will be monitoring. That bank will be monitoring you, and that comes under the self-help group. In that case, there no need to register for the companies as a company.
Sir, while writing the answers in our study material, some sections are mentioned everywhere. Whether it has mandate to mention all the sections while writing the answers?
What is the sections?
Yeah, example, it's mentioned section 444.
That is not mandatory. For you, there is no mandatory for writing section.
Okay.
You are not law student. You are not supposed to remember all those things, which law, which article, which clause. You need not to remember all this one. Just for your knowledge purpose, you should know that which section you written. In exam point of view, no need to write the sections. Anything?
Sir, regarding the case study, in case if we get a question, so how or what all points we have to consider while answering the case studies? Can you just give any example or any sample or references?
Well, next class we'll discuss. We'll take up one of the case studies and we'll discuss in this one. In case of law and all, like you have, what is the Factory Act? As per the like Contract Act, you know what is the valid contract, what is the void contract. In that case, they will give you the example like we have done contract with so and so. Somebody has done something beyond it. He has some fraudulent activities he has caused. In that case, what is the liability? Like this, they will be there. If you know the law of contract, then you can write the answer properly. In case of
Sir, can you please share this PPT?
Yeah, I'll share. I'll share the PPT with you.
Sir, if you have your mail ID, can you share your mail ID? I will mail to you.
Yeah, my mail ID is at the end of the PPT. Yeah, you can see that.
1 second, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, and you can share among your others. Okay.
Okay, I will mail to you, sir. Please share with me.
Yes, sure. So next class we'll be discussing about the factory act, then industrial research. 2 Excel left over we'll discuss. If time permits, then we'll revise once again and we'll see old question papers and at least one case study we'll discuss. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow again.
Yes, brother. After receiving the PPT, you please share it in the WhatsApp group. Okay.
Sorry.
No, sir. The one
Okay.
who asked for PPT, I told him to share it to the WhatsApp group. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
What is the WhatsApp group? Can you share the number or link?
We don't have any official WhatsApp group. So
No, there's no official WhatsApp group. We have one among our friends. That's it. So it's basically sharing any information.
Okay. Okay. Fine.
Kindly share that unofficial link.
Yeah, but the chat isn't available. It's not letting me to share the link. Can you?
How can I get that link?
Yeah, let us ask this ma'am to make the chat available. So at this end of the meet, I'll be sharing the WhatsApp
What
group
is your
link. Okay.
contact number?
Yes, but if you have your
Okay,
contact
done.
number, please say it aloud at the end of the meet because this class is going on.
You can share your contact number.
Yeah, now it's available. Now the chat is available. You please send your contact number here.
Hello,
Any
good
of
evening,
us
all of you.
will join you to the group. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, ma'am.
Can we start
Good
the
evening,
class?
ma'am.
We have finished your discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's start without any delay. Actually, we left it in the stress management, if you remember, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Hope you remember. About this WhatsApp group, all of you are discussing. I heard that. See, this is not official, right? Officially, DDE doesn't have any
ये
WhatsApp
लो
group.
चालू करने इन गप्पे में इंटरेस्ट लेना अपने काम से मतलब रखो तो पढ़ाना ही तो
Can't still, can you mute it? Yeah. Okay. So we don't encourage this WhatsApp groups also because we once had official group itself. But because of the experiences, what we thought is it is not better to have one-way communication. Like that is why we have this handles, social media handles. Kindly you join that. We have Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and also Instagram, where we announce the notifications like exam applications are opening, the portal is closing, when you have to pay the fees. All these notifications are also published in these social media handles. So I request you to kindly join in those things. Okay, so that immediately you will take up the notification. But these unofficial WhatsApp groups we don't encourage because there are a lot of menaces in those groups and it comes to our notice. So that is why we don't encourage the WhatsApp groups. Okay, there is no official DDE WhatsApp group. That's all we can say about that. Okay, so don't use these platforms where we take DDE classes for sending in the links or taking up these unofficial groups. Okay, we are not part, so kindly it's a request, don't send these links or take up these groups, right?
Madam, I have a question. I have written to the helpline, but I have not received an answer. I am not registered for the December exam. Do I need to send some official intimation to the university that I am not appearing?
You have applied in the dashboard, you have applied through the portal, so you need not send. That is the university's portal, right, where you have applied. So automatically it will come to us. It is our portal only, nothing you have.
No, ma'am, I have not applied. I am planning to give the exam in June.
No need to inform. See, no need to inform. I stress again, you have 4 years. During those 4 years, you will be facing 8 examinations exactly, right? Because every June and December, we will be conducting exam. So first exam, you will be eligible of first semester. Second exam, you will be eligible for second semester, like that. So during second semester, second examination, you can write first and second together. Your third chance, you can write first, second, third together. Fourth chance, four together. After that, 5, 6, 7, 8, all these 4 exams, you can write whichever exam you want, because you are eligible for all the 4 semesters.
Okay. Thank
So
you,
we
ma'am.
don't monitor which exam when you are writing. Don't worry that you will be put in the arrears list, because there is no concept of arrears in DDE. You will get a consolidated mark statement at the end of the course during your provisional certificate. That consolidated mark statement will list out all the 28 subjects you have written and your marks in that. You can use that for your career promotions and all. There will be no mentioning on.
Thank you, madam. This has been very helpful. I was actually trying to get an answer since 2
Yes.
weeks.
So
Thank you very much.
you don't have to inform us when you are writing, but I request, out of my experience, kindly keep a note of a screenshot of your results. Okay, whenever you get the result, take a screenshot, note it down in a pen and paper. Otherwise, when you are clearing up the paper, because sometimes you are not worried whether you are receiving the mark list or not, right? So you see the mark statement once in the website and you think that you have passed through, but you are not remembering when you have passed, what is the mark you have got. So I kindly request you keep a note of your marks and when you are clearing up the papers now itself. You have phone, apps, everything. So take a screenshot or write in diary or somewhere what you are clearing. When you have cleared all these things, you keep a note. Okay?
Ma'am, last doubt, ma'am. While writing the first semester papers in the second semester exams, we need to pay only the exam fees, right? No need to pay the semester fees again. If we are right.
Tuition fees is separate.
Okay.
Exam
That's
fee
one
is
time, right?
separate.
Okay.
Yes, tuition fee is one time. If you paid first semester, enough.
Okay.
Second semester, once enough. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
But exam paper fee, examination fee is different. Every time you write a paper, you have to pay for the examination fee. Tuition fee is once only. Your dashboard itself will not allow you to pay twice.
Okay.
Okay, right. Can we go to the paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
very good.
This is fourth unit, ma'am. Is this fourth unit?
No, we are going to enter into third unit actually.
Okay, third. Okay.
Okay, right. Then this question arises, then I assume that you people are not opening up the study material at all, right? Whether it is second unit, third unit, you should be telling me. Start studying, okay? See, side by side, during the PCP, if you start just seeing the book, that will get reinstated in your mind. That's a good habit, so do that if possible, okay? Right. So we'll finish off stressing with these 2 slides. Managing stress from the other side, because what we saw last time is how we have to cope up by ourselves. So whether it is a responsibility of the organization to handle stress of the employees is the question first. What do you say? I'm a manager. I see my subordinate is under stress. Do I have to do anything about it?
Yes, we have.
Why? Why you have to be worried about your employees' mental stability?
We are worried about. Organization first go make ourselves.
Thakur, your voice is breaking. Anybody else? Anybody else?
The work will be incomplete. The employee is not working.
Satya Prakash, little louder.
The work will be incomplete. The employee is not working properly due to stress.
Say, come again.
We will not be able to achieve the goal which we are.
Very good. So it is not exactly about the employee you are worried about. If the employee is not okay, you are also going to get affected because of the productivity may not be up to that. Tripti Shahi is asking which subject. Tripti, I am taking organizational behavior and this is our 4th, 5th class, I think. Right? Okay. So that is one thing. Right? The other thing is the climate of the organization will get disturbed even one employee is not okay. So because it's like, in a group, if a rotten tomato, we used to say that in a basket, like that. So it is very essential that you keep monitoring the mental strength of your team, your department. That is why it is essential that the organization has to take up the responsibility of the employee stress also. That is where the organization pitch in. It comes into the picture. So how we can help? A lot of
things, because I told a lot of stress, workplace stress, not about personal stress we are talking about. Workplace stress arises because of the role ambiguity. Many times it is because the person doesn't understand what is expected from him, what the organization is expecting. Right? Even in meetings, you can see what is the answer they are expecting. You are not able. Maybe you will be having the data, right? But you are not able to express because you don't know what they are expecting from you. Many times it happens even in your real life, right? So this is what we call as role ambiguity. What role I have to play in that particular situation. So, but first thing, organization what they can do to avoid distress in a workplace is give them proper understandable job responsibilities, right? Then all the things arises. Give them manageable shifts. Don't give impossible targets, right? Give them whatever needed of break, not too much, not too low, right? Every person need a break. Say for example, why I put in between a lot of pictures, in the PPT, because it is a fact, a scientific fact that you cannot listen for a continuous time. It may be up to a short span of 10 to 15 minutes, right? Because if you have studied communication, you will know, because a communication two-way is a bigger process. See, when I am thinking, I am telling to you, and you have to once again decode it. Right? What I am saying, you have to first see the language, understand the meaning of the words I am saying, then understand the intention, perceive it. You have to take into your brain. This is a process. But when you are doing this, I am not keeping quiet. I am uttering the next sentence. Are you able to understand? It is continuous. So you are doing it continuous. But what happens here when I am giving you a statement like, see, distress can cause headache. It is a simple statement. When you are decoding and perceiving it, many times what happens, you will relate to it. Yes, last week during the workplace, during a meeting, I got a headache. Maybe it is a stress like this. You started thinking on your line, not listening. Are you able to understand? So the chain gets cut, right? How long you will be thinking on your thinking process? It is up to you. Maybe sometime when I am raising my voice, or there is a pause. Your thought process get cut and you are coming back. That jerk is needed. Otherwise, you will be thinking continuously. Right? A noise or a silence will bring you back. But in between, when you are in your thought process, what went on here in the class, you may not have listened to it. Right? Why I am saying this is how many times it happens. So, if you are in stress, in the break, if it is not sufficient, what happens? You will not be able to continuously work in that. Monotonous will create stress. So that is why job rotation should be given. Monotony, when you are doing the job same again and again and again, what happens? You become a master in it. So there is no creativity in it, no imagination you can provide into that. You get bored of it. Boredom will be there. So boredom is the mother of all other things which will follow. Slowly you will lose satisfaction, you will get exhaustion, you will get drained out. So you will lose the interest in that particular job. After some time what will happen? You will feel stressed out. Why I have to do this? So it is better to have job rotation. Right? You can categorize the high stress giving job and low stress giving job. You can make a rotation of this so that people will move from one to other. It will help them to get out of that. And when you see that people get stressed because of work overload, are not able to achieve the targets, maybe they lack the particular training, they are not fully equipped for that. In those cases, what we have to do is give them training and proper support. And this is very fictional. I don't know whether this is possible, but happy, healthy and harmonious workplace is the ultimate target. So that could be a stress-free environment. When a person is really feeling happy in your workplace, that is a stress-free environment. They may be having people to talk to and they'll be very happy, harmoniously working, and provide them with job security and the opportunities. That is the main goal of the individual, why they come to the work is that they want job security and they need growth personally. So if your organization is able to understand and give this, that is the first thing they can give for stress management. So what is a manager's role in that? First thing is listen to the feelings, share own feelings of disappointment. This is the second thing. Whenever you are listening, try to relate to it, try to say that you are not alone, there are many people like this, I am also one of that way they will immediately can be attached. You can gain the trust from them. So a manager, that is a immediate superior's role, is very important. Share feelings of guilt. Say for example, a stress is caused because of a event that happened in the office. It may not be always a mistake of the employee why he is stressed out. If there is anything the organization also has done, don't shy away from it, don't hide it, express it, share the feeling. Okay, then help them to own up to that feeling. If you are being the man and you are owning up the guilt, what will happen? They will also own up their feelings very easily. Then they help them to confront the reality. This is the fact. See, they are afraid of, many times what happens, they're many times actually the language is a major barrier. They may know the content, they may know the work how to do, but they may not be able to know how to report it, how to present it. That is a bigger problem in many of the Indian corporates happening. So what happens? Help them to confront. So this is the reality. Okay, how to overcome it. So ask them to face it instead of hiding from it, and assess, understand the damage because of your frustration and stress. What is happening? What is happening to the organization, and what damage you are creating to yourself? And try to solve it. If you understand the root where the stressor is exactly for that particular person, if it is under your control, if it, under your power that you can change that particular scenario, do it without hesitation. So a manager has a bigger role than the organization in helping the person to come out of the stress. Just I have given some tips on how to do, like yoga exercises, because that will give you the meditation, pranayama and yoga together. So that will be one way where and de-stress activity. All this exercise and yoga, why we say often, the stress is for mind, of course. But why your body is important? Why you have to be fit? Because mind and body are very closely related, actually, right? If you are not fit, that itself is a stress. So fitness is very important. The exercise and yoga is very important. That if you start doing that, automatically when your body is under your control, it is very easy for the mind to get controlled of it, right? The same way you can chat with your friends, share with your friends, or if it is very severe, talk with a specialist, therapist, a counselor, right? Like that. And you spend time with the things which you like, like gardening or being with nature, spending time with pets. Why we suggest all these things? These are also living things, actually. Garden, if you go to plants or the pets, actually it is a welcome change from the people you are always around with, because human are very what do you say, animated. They give the emotion, the negativity or immediately. But when you are with nature, when you are with plants and pets, that comes down, because you can experience that what really is in the nature, what is the truth, that is very easily found out. So these are some tips where if you are really interested to bring you outside of the stress, if this is not, that push is not inside, that motivation of coming out of stress is not instilled in the mind of the person who is having distress, it is very tough, very difficult to make him do all these things. That is where the manager, friends, family and the organization comes into the picture. If you find a person who is really in stress, who is not owning it, or who is not ready to face it and come out of it, we need to push. You have to make him understand the situation, and you have to push him towards the thought of coming out of stress. If you do that, they themselves can come out of it. That is the first step, is a very difficult step in the process. So this is all about stress management. Okay, so we come to the next unit of groups and teams. Before going to that, a small time for 1 or 2 minutes, because we are coming into the entire new arena now. We have talked about a individual's personality, values, attitudes, beliefs, what is the stress that can happen, all the mind games, what is happening to an individual person so far, right? Now we are coming into the group behavior of people in the organization. So let us take a stop. If you have any doubts, let us discuss, and then we will enter into the groups and teams. Any doubts?
No, madam.
Okay, very good. No doubts, it seems. No doubt. So we move on to the groups and teams. Okay, this is group dynamics we call. How? Because in the organization, what happens? People work together. You are always around people, and any output or input has to be decided, discussed, and convinced, and then only you can do. So group is a major component of any organization, and group behavior becomes a challenge for any manager to tackle with how to handle people when they are in a group, because mass behavior is totally different from the individual behavior, right? When you are an individual, you may not have the courage to do something, but when you are collective, you will have that courage. You will be amazed to see, is it me who did that? Yes, right? It is not the 2%. It is about the collective behavior. You are the same person. Imagine like this: during a riot, a bus is burned, right? In ordinary day, or if the person who has burnt the bus, if it is single, he may not do that. Do you understand? It is a collective behavior. When people are together, the mindset and behavior changes. That is why it becomes very important that you have to understand what is a group behavior, groups and teams. What is group actually? A group is 2 or more people together. I think you know all that. Okay. So a team or group in an organization, what we call the group or team is like a department. It has a common goal. They have a time period to achieve it. They have to show the output and report. So the consequences are important. So a group is like a small organization. Imagine like that. All the other rules apply to the groups also. Why I have given this picture, particular picture, this is, I think, the best example for group work, teamwork, right? How much? Why this is so important for understanding the group? Anyone can say.
This activity cannot be done alone. If one is perfect and one is not, then it's
Very good.
fulfilled.
What else?
Synchronization.
Very good. Synchronization. Understanding between the two. Very good. What else?
Timing as well.
Yes? No, there is one important thing what you are missing.
Sir, miss communication.
What, Vidya?
Communication.
Productivity.
Fatima, there is no Okay, right? Okay, then
Productivity.
what activity, Janendra?
Productivity. Productivity of organization.
No, Fatima, I got it. But still, you people are missing one thing. See the picture properly. What is happening there?
Coordination.
Coordination.
No, see the person who is above the other one. Is there any grip for that person who is flying, right?
Trust, ma'am.
Very
Trust, ma'am.
good, exactly. Trust. What he is believing when he is jumping on such height, that the other person will catch him. Do you understand? How much trust that group should have to, what do you say? What is the bet here? It is his life. Right? What is he betting on his life? If he fall down his career, his life, everything will be in question. So he is putting all his life, career, belief, whatever it is, on those 2 hands of his group members. Can you see? So now you can see this is what a group or team is about. But organizations, the group what we see in corporates are not exactly so. So that is why I took it from an industry where we don't often look as an organization. But for group and team, this is the best example you can think about. Right? So what is group dynamics? Group has cohesion. Right? See, a cohesion is where the affinity that binds the people. You are what do you say, affiliated to the other person. Usually what we say in a colloquial way, you are tethered to each other. You can move along, but still like a rope, it is like a invisible bond that is taking all together. So A group has a cohesion. All of us are bound. All of us are together. Okay. So what is the next dimension in a group? Social loafing. Always you can see that. You imagine that you are in a college and you are doing a project work. Okay, group project work. What will happen if there is 4 people together? All the 4 will contribute for the project. All of you would have gone through this, right? All the 4 will be contributing.
No, ma'am.
Very good. What about the 1 or 2 people? They will be called social loafers. Okay. What they will do is they will just support the other members, and the work will be done by the other members, but the entire credit will go to the group. Right? All the people will share the credit. But whereas the work contribution, if you see, will not be equal. Right? Some people will be working better and some people will not be. We call it as co-traders or social loafers, social loafing. And loss of individual. This is the third dimension of a group where the individuality is not properly seen. Say, take the social loafing's opposite side. When a person has worked towards the betterment of the project, but his name is not highlighted, he is also a part of the group, but maybe his contribution is more. So the individuality is lost. So a person is not individually identified in a group. That is the only, what do you say, the negation side of a group. Okay. So they just for your thinking, this is another one dimension. Instead of writing, I gave it as a picture. What it says. So one of the group member is saying, I think the group think threat is exaggerated. What is a group think threat? You know, like we say that herd mentality. When a goat, why we say herd mentality is when a goat runs, you know, all the other goats will be following it. You would have seen that, right? So we call it as herd mentality, like that. When one person is saying group think threat, one person initiates, the other people also will start thinking in the same line, right? So the individual imagination is getting curtailed here. So when he is saying, see what other people are saying, so do I, and yes, so this is what a group think threat is. But they don't understand. They are addressing the issue, but this often happens in corporates where a group thinks in the same way. A new dimension of the particular task, what is given to them, is never seen, because one might be initiating an idea and a herd mentality, all of them will be following that, right? So this is what we call as group dynamics. So we come to the group life cycle. We call it as group life cycle or formation, how the group is formed. So I think you would have studied about it already. When a group is formed, it is called as group forming, right? That is a forming stage. What happens, you know, during forming stage, all of, you can see the pictures. So I have given the picture so that you will understand. See what is the mental pictures of them, what they are thinking. They are talking about something, but they will have their own thinking, like, you know, one is thinking about shoveling, watering, seedling. So it is not together because it is a forming stage. Everybody is thinking about their own thing in the group. The second one is storming stage. Storming stage is once they come to know each other, they will be flooding with ideas. They will be talking to each other a lot. They want to bond. So what happens? They will be storming. A lot of things comes out. Slowly, norming period. Now they identify, analyze, and understand each other. They know who is who, and slowly they come with a common working platform. They will all be together. Then the performing starts. When the norming period comes, the performing would be very good if it is a good group. So what happens? Once the performing is over, adjourning. Adjourning is what? Dismantling the group. It is advisable always that you have to dismantle the group once the performance is over. Can anyone say why is it necessary? When they are performing better, why you have to dismantle the group?
To make another task.
I have given you the clue with the picture.
To reduce stress and improve creativity.
Yes, Dishya, I am not able to hear you.
To reduce stress and improve creativity.
No?
Creating more efficiently.
No, once the project is over, they will start fighting with each other. It is called group conflict.
Recognizing ourselves.
What is that?
Recognizing ourselves.
No, not recognizing. You see, that is
Ma'am,
why
every
whenever,
problem has different aspects. So to think in a new way, it will be
yes.
required to.
No, but that is why I often tell you whenever I ask a question, you put in that to you. All of you may be working. You think in that line, and you will come to an answer easily. And why in between I ask questions is the thought process, to break the thought process so that you will come back. Right now, I think you would understand that. That way, it would be easy for the listening communication. So that is another one important part of OB. So you should understand that you, whenever you are applying, you try applying afterwards, right? This particular trick, you give a pause, ask questions, come back. So the opposite person's listening will come back to you. Okay. Otherwise, as I told you, continuous listening is very hard. This is the last ever I understand. It would be very tough for you to continuously listen to it. That is why I open my video also always, as I told you. Because when you see a person with actions, moving, or instead of listening just the voice, it would be very easier for you to keep on continuing the listening. That is why. Okay, come back here. That is why I showed the picture. It is a clue. Think there, see there. It is arid. Once the cultivation is over, that's why I give you the example of that. Once the cultivation is over, the land will be arid. It will be dry, right? So now, see, you know all the people in your group. Your performance is over. Now output time. And as we have seen in the previous slide, what it is, the recognition is not going to be for individuals. It is for everyone. So what will happen? Conflict will start arising, right? So if you are giving them incentive or giving them reward or in a meeting, immediately finish the group and send them to their departments immediately. Otherwise, there itself the conflict starts. So because of that, otherwise people will not stick on to each other once the output comes. So that is why it is always a rule that if you are forming a group for particular project, a particular thing, it should be dismantled immediately once the group task is over. Okay, right? Any doubts in these groups and teams? It's a bigger topic, I know. Because of time, we are finishing here. Any doubts?
No,
No,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Very good. So we go to the leadership. Next topic is leadership. I think you would have studied leadership in your UG, so I'm just breezing it out. So you know all these things, right? A leadership, who is a leader? Leader is more than a manager, right? Administrators are not leaders. All the leaders are managers, but all the managers are not leaders, right? So what is the difference between a leader and manager? Manager follows the rules and regulations, follows the protocols, whereas leader leads the people. Whenever there is a trouble, he will not look into the rules and regulations, he will try to solve it. So that is the, instead of application of rules, he will be solving it. That is the difference between leader and manager. So what is leadership? It is a process of guiding and directing the behavior of people in the organization. So effective leaders control the organization and its future, acts as enablers of change. This is one point I should stress upon, because leaders, as I told, leads the way. When there is a change in the organization, you want to implement change in the organization, leaders do that, not the managers, right? So managers will be witnessing the change and they'll be undergoing the change. But what is the difference? Leaders envision the change. Leaders will be seeing the change in their mind and they would be having a proper vision. And they would have, by this time itself, they would have made a path of how to achieve it. So what happens? A leader is a change manager of himself. He is an enabler. So that is an important point of a leader. And also he motivates people to act partly through empowerment and partly through gratification, right? So he gives a democracy, the power and participation in the organization. That's why people follow them. That is the difference. If there is a manager, you are obeying him. But if he's a leader, you are following him out of his own will. Can you see the difference? Can anyone say that you have a leader instead of manager in your organization? Anyone? Can you see the difference and can you tell that no, I have a leader, not a manager?
Yes, madam, we can see the difference. We have only managers.
Okay, can you say any leader, real leader in your life? It need not be in corporate. who we say as leader?
Probably my mom. Probably my mom, ma'am.
Whom we can aspire from?
I don't get what is that, Shakira, Satin?
Nothing, ma'am. I just probably my mom would be the leadership one. She's leading in everything, probably. So that's
Okay.
what I just said.
Anybody else?
She's not belong to corporate, right?
Yes, corporates. That is why I asked the question. Can you see any leaders in corporates? It's very rare because that corporate mentality. When you are getting into the recruited as a inducted person, when you are a new recruit itself, they instill that into the mind that obedience, like a military, you have to be a corporate person. The corporate culture makes people like that. Instead of thinking about, see, first of all, they stop thinking about themselves. Then where is the question of thinking about others? A leader will think about others, obviously, which is totally absent in the corporates. That is what I'm talking is about the Gen Z corporates now, the new corporates. I see a lot of artificial intelligence in the corporates, and nowadays I think we will not see any difference between those AI and the people working there. It is getting a gray area. I hope you understand. So that is all. Okay, so uh, he will motivate and he will promote novel ideas, changes existing patterns. See, novel ideas, imagining is the first point. Then having the guts to promote it and having the courage to implement it. So a leader is something Mahanava. So nowadays you cannot
we can call
imagine.
Ratan Tata as a good leader.
Yes, that is another generation, sir. That is why I'm saying about the Gen Z corporates.
Yeah.
Ratan Tata are all actually there are some born leaders. There, some people are like like Ratan Tata. There are good. That's why I told you you need not utter the words, but you can imagine. You think whether you have come across in the real world any good leaders like that who had the courage to think about the goodness of the people and who had the courage to imagine and implement it, promote and implement it. Right? It takes lots of courage. Okay, that is why you would see Gandhi would say that, that is why he wrote Satya Sodaya, that truth, the experiment of truth. Because it takes lots of courage. Do you think it is easy to stick on with truth? To think about goodness, it needs highest courage. That is why I often used to say in change management courses, it doesn't take courage to fight. It takes courage to not fight. You get my point? It takes a lot of courage. When you are really angry and you want to slap a person, if you are slapping, it is not about courage. If controlling yourself, controlling here, that is a real courage, right? Okay, so a leader has to have all these abilities. So let's go to the next one. According to the corporate, there are 5 leadership styles, important leadership styles. That is authoritarian, participative, delegative, transactional, and transformational. I'm not giving much stress for these things because it is very easy. You can read and understand by yourself. Just I'm giving you the gist, okay? So you can see by that authoritarian is one who is very powerful, one who is not giving you the space to imagine or work, no freedom. And participative is where you can participate in the decisions. Delegative is where the power is delegated, power is distributed to other people. Transaction is like parent and children guardian, that is a model. Transformation is one who is able to change the organization. So the performance goes like this, the supportive behavior and directive behavior. You can see high and low. So when you are delegating, you can see this low supportive and low directive because you are taking from your responsibility. You are just showing the responsibility to other person. A supporting leader will be having highly supportive but low directive behavior because he is encouraging you to have your own behavior and not giving any lead for that. A coaching behavior is where the good one because he coaches you to give you high directive and high supportive behavior, and directing is high directive, low support. This is authoritative. So these are the leadership styles that in a corporate you can see. And this is for the exam point of view, I am giving you this leadership grid is a question often asked in the examinations in the leadership style. So what is a leadership grid? A grid is where we have results and people, performance and people in both axes. One axis says about the concern for people, the other axis concern for result, output. So when the people concern and the result concern is very low, we call it as impoverished management. And it's not leadership at all, right? And if the people concern is very high, but the result, consequence, output is very low, then it is like a country club. It is called as country club management. It's like a club. People come, they enjoy and go. When the result is very high, concern of result is high, and they are not concerned about people, then it is called as product, produce, or perish management. Because when you are not concerned about the people, it is a dive down. The organization cannot run for a longer time. That too in this decades, when the people are not respected, the organization cannot survive. So that is why it is called perish management. And what is team management, which is the best thing, is when you have higher concern of people and higher concern for result, it is called team management. Because participating, people are giving their decisions also, right? Why people's input is important, why employees also should be taken into the participative management, why we call it as best leadership, because Japan is a leader in that, in this particular concept. They take up the participative management as a mantra. They do it very wonderfully. I have seen one particular case where in a company what they do is, when there is a problem, they need a solution. Okay, when a room has to be changed, or a layout has to be changed, a workflow has something, a technical thing has to be changed. What they will do is, in the canteen or a common place where all the people can visit, they will keep a very big white sheet or a whiteboard where the particular part where the problem is mentioned, and a lot of color sketches will be kept underneath. Anyone can walk in, whoever walking into the room can suggest a solution for the problem, and they will use a color ink where they can mark whether red or green, which is stating some indications. They will draw whatever they want the mission to be part. You know why this case study was a very big hit? Because that particular solution was found, given, contributed by a sweeper, one who was observing it continuously. So he understood what is the real problem. Actually, by the spillage from the machine, he thought this would be the problem, and he suggested, and that was taken as a solution. How this happened? Because they respected people. They respected people's thought, and they respected people have wisdom, not because of delegation, not because of chair. Do you understand? It is about, most of the time you can see the chair, the designation you get sometimes with luck also. Fortune, you'll be the right person in the right time at the right place, so you might have got. It doesn't mean that the other people are not eligible for that particular place. So in that case, that is why this leadership is the best. When you are able to respect people, that will give you the best thing for your organization, right? Okay, so we come to the next topic. Any doubts in leadership? As usual, no. I don't know whether I am happy or sad when you are not asking doubt, right? Because a good class means there should be some doubts. When there is no doubt, that means there might be some problem in my part where I'm not reaching to you, or I'm that good that you are understanding whatever I say. I don't believe that. Okay, so we come
No,
to the
madam,
next
this is
topic.
no, madam. We are understanding everything you are teaching.
Thank you for that. Right. So power and politics is the next topic, But remember, I am giving you a gist of all the topics because I want to just introduce you to all the topics. So for the exam point of view, kindly go through the study material in full. If possible, go to Google Books, take away some organizational behavior excerpts from the books and read it. It is a very interesting subject actually, right? If possible, when time permits, I will give you a small case study today. I have planned it. Let us see. Okay. So power and politics is an extra topic. So what is this power and politics in the organization? If you are working, I need not explain this to you. Everybody would have gone through this. What is the politics and power playing in an organization? Let us see theoretically how it works. How the conflicts or the politics arise. Equal versus equal. Peer. One person, same designation to the other person. Or else it can be versus high and low. Right? Or it can be high versus middle and low. Anyway, it is because that is why we say people are complex. You cannot see that why this person is fighting with that person. There is no understanding of that. Anybody can have a problem with anybody in an organization. Just a stare, if a person is staring at you, you will get irritated, you will get angry. That is not because of that person staring. You may be having an internal agitation or frustration, stress. You may be having because you would have fight with your parents or spouse in the house morning. The other person doesn't know. He may mock you or he may say some sarcastic comments on you. Other time you will be very calm and happy, but sometimes what happens? You will jump on him. Do you accept it? This happens or not? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sometimes.
Yes,
Yes,
It
ma'am.
happens.
it happens. So many problem is not really between the two people. The key people might be somebody else, somewhere else. Okay? But unfortunately, you went out your anger or frustration on the person opposite to you. If it is in the workplace, what to do? It becomes a conflict in the workplace, right? So how to avoid this? So politics, conflicts, and power you cannot evade in the organization. But how to cope up with that? How you can do the tricks to postpone it? Definition and demarcation. Give a proper. That's why I often stress again and again. If you are a HR manager, think about role ambiguity. Give the role properly. If you demark, you draw the frontiers lines. That is the best thing. Define the job, demark the area where they have to play so that they will not come to the gray area and fight with the other person. Coordination. If they have to work with other people, give the places properly. How to coordinate with. Integration. See, everybody has to work with other people. That is why in my theory, I will never say a country is independent. There is no independent country in the world. There is no independent person in the world. There is no independent living thing in the world at all. Everything is depending on something else, right? So dependency is the philosophy underneath the existence at all. The existence, the word. What is existence? We all exist. That existence philosophy itself, I think, is depending on the other person. How you depend, how you coordinate. That is very important. So integration is unavoidable in an organization. You have to work with people, you have to talk to them, communicate. You cannot isolate yourself. You cannot live like an island, right? So that is why integration, you make it properly. Training, give training. Many times a person without a proper equipment, imagine a person going to war without a sword or gun. How he will feel? The moment he enter into the war field itself, he will be feeling failure because he know that he cannot fight with the opposite person. He is having a machine gun. So equip them. That is the important thing in organization. If you want to build the confidence of the people, if you want them to behave properly in the organizational behavior depends on the training you give to the people, how you equip them to work. That is very important, right? Because the college degree is what you are seeing, See, that is why I often tell in the DDE class, you are going to get an MBA degree, and other people from the university, what they are studying regularly, is also going to get an MBA degree. Right? The employability will be a question. How much you learn, how much you experience. I am saying in ulta way, what you will be imagining now is the regular people will be more employable, right? That's what you imagine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
It's totally opposite. Trust me, I have conducted job fairs. I'm taking for the regular also. So I see both the population. I am talking about you people. Your employability level is unmatchable with those because they are new entrants. They have not seen organizations. You people are working in organizations already. You have seen the world because and see the level of self motivation. You yourself are putting into the course. Nobody is forcing you to study MBA, right? You want to join, you want to make yourself empowered. That is why you are joining, you are paying for the fee and you are studying. See, you are attending a class on Saturday 3 to 4. What else you need? You all are self-motivated. Self-motivated people is what the organizations want. So the employability level is unmatched, right? So this is what the training or why I started, I forgot that topic. Okay, training maybe, right? So training is a must. So next one, creating common interest, right? So if you don't want the people to get fight with each other, then give a common interest. Like, you say that if the company is achieving this much of profitability, then we will give an incentive of this. So everybody run towards it. If you keep the destination common, everybody will be running towards. There will be no time for them to come across and fight with each other, not facing each other. Then changing the leadership style. If you often see the conflict is unmanageable in the organization, the problem is with the management, change the leadership style. Then cultural interventions. That is one, what we say is passive trick where we do in the organizations to bring down the conflict level. These cultural interventions, apart from the workplace, apart from the organizational goal, if you are giving a group vacation or cultural interventions, that will create the affiliation among the people. They will mellow down a little those conflicts. See, for example, two people are fighting continuously. It is not working with two people. But if you put both the families together in one vacation, if both the children, if the both family children are playing together, these two men will easily mellow down. So the external surroundings can make a behavioral change in people in the organization. That is why award function, they call the family, or you can have a cultural dance. You make these two people dance together in a cultural intervention, right? If they are dancing together, maybe the ratio or the chemistry will change. So these are the things which can help in evading the power and politics and improving communication. There is no match for this. Communication is the base for almost all the behavioral tensions. Okay, so you also apply that, as I tell again and again. If you are an MBA, you understand the communication properly, understand the importance of it, try to apply it, you will see a very big difference in your life at all if you do that. Then power strategies. That is about how you are applying. So it cascades down from top to bottom. So don't do anything foxy in the top. So that will be reflecting in the bottom level also. So it is about how the organization itself is having an image. So that is how the people in that also will behave. That is, maybe you may not believe me now, but if you start looking into how it is working in the organization, you will see that you are a reflection of what the bigger reflection is. How the organization is, the employees are also a smaller reflection of that. There is no denying in that. So power strategies, think about that. So we come to the next topic, organizational ethos. We have come to climate and culture of organization. I think we can keep this for tomorrow's class. And we have some 5-10 minutes. I think we can see the one case study now. Yes. Okay, otherwise I will finish this climate and then we can go to the case study. Okay? Can I take afterwards some 5 minutes at least? After 4 o'clock?
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
3:56. I have 4 minutes. So 4 minutes I'll take for this and then we will take up for 5 minutes a case study. Okay? That is my plan actually. So we'll go according to the plan. So what is organizational ethos? Organizational ethos is what the organization believes in. See, I have given you some of the adjectives where a organization may believe or may not. There are anything else also can be added. Like a organization may be believing in openness, confrontation, trust, authenticity, proactivity, autonomy, collaboration, experiment. Still, you can say integrity, honesty, truthfulness, lot of things. So what the organization believes in, that is what we call as organizational ethos. What is this organization actually? How you say that this organization believes in? The founder, whoever has found the organization, that is how it comes. The ethos, what the people owning the organization believes in. Do you understand? Because the organization is not a person, right? But it is found by a person. So the basic things, basic values given by the founder of the company, organization, is what we call as organizational ethos. Of course, it is flexible, it is changeable. When the other person succeeds, the next person comes in, he may change a little bit. But these are like written in stone. It will take a long time to change these things, right? It sets in slowly, changes slowly. Remember that, like a culture. Okay. So what is organizational climate? It is a short form of that. The organizational climate is exactly like what we face in real today climate. Today morning it was raining here. After 10 o'clock it was sunny, right? So that is how the organizational climate is also very frequently it can change. It can be sad, it can be happy, it can be very high morale. Like everybody will be with enthusiasm, they'll be working. So the climate can change depending on the environmental factors of the organization. Okay, say for example, Deepavali bonus is announced. How the climate will be? Jubilant. Everybody will be happy. Everybody thinking that what I should do with the bonus. Next year, the Deepavali bonus is not given. think about the climate, everybody will be bush. They will not be having that happiness because they were expecting, not God. Can you see that? That is what we call as organizational climate. So what are the factors that is affecting this climate? Motivation, achievement, influence, control, dependency, affiliation, morale, interpersonal relationships, control, lot of factors, right? You cannot pinpoint, but if you are able to identify that the climate is not good, it is bad, then it is the organization's responsibility to change the climate, right? And you cannot maintain the climate. Remember that no one can maintain a consistent climate in the organization. It is tend to change. It will have like seasons in a year. The organizational climate also will change. Say for example, a manager is had a heart attack and he is admitted in the hospital. That entire department's climate will be down, right? A accident happened in the organization and one person is admitted. Obviously, the climate will be bad. As I told you, you are going to get a new merger or a new boss is coming from abroad and he is going to bring a lot of new things in the organization. It will be a confused climate, whether the changes is going to be good or bad. Are you able to understand? So this is what we call as organizational climate. Why we have to study about that? The behavior of the people in the organization will be depending on the entire climate of the organization. Remember, when it is rainy outside, you feel gloomy inside, right? So that is how the organizational climate will result in the change in the behavior of the people inside, and that will result in the productivity. That is where you are worried about. So it relies on the good climate. So organization climate has to be monitored and maintained. Okay. So what is the difference between this culture and the climate? We call it ethos or culture. What is the difference? See, the climate is current atmosphere. It changes often, as I told you. But culture is a like set in stone. It will slowly change. It cannot be changed. It is a long process, lengthy process. And climate evolves on needs, what the people want. But culture is apart from that, not for need. It is for the inner side, inner soul, what you want to see the society to be. It is a bigger umbrella. A climate is flexible, but culture is very stable. Culture cannot be changed often, right? So this is the difference between the climate and organizational culture. Okay, so with this we stop here. Change we will see in the next class. Okay. Okay, so we will see half of fourth unit and fifth unit in the next class tomorrow. Okay. So as I told you, if you can stay for 3-4 minutes, I will just give you a small case study on how to write a case study. Right? Hold on, I'll upload the case study. I'll not take much time. I have taken a small case study just to introduce you to how to write a case study. Just 4-5 minutes I will take. Okay. Are you able to see the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I took a case study based on stress because just now we have seen that and interesting. So that is why I took a case like on stress. Okay. So let us see what it says. Okay. See, a case study is essentially a event, a incident. Okay. Or a problem. You can say a case study is like a story. It happened. Okay, so what we expect from the case study? Why we are giving a mandatory case study? First, let us see that. See, MBA is about theory and application. Okay, whatever you are studying, it has to be applied, managing. That is why you are studying MBA at all. So this is the testing part where we see that whether you are able to apply the theory into real-time application. That is why case studies are given, right, in the examination. That is why it is mandatory. What we are expecting, see, any person can analyze a story and give you a solution. Remember that. Listen carefully what I am saying. Because this is what we are saying. When a case study is given, people are writing stories. We don't want that. You are an MBA. See, if the case is given in organizational behavior, what I am expecting in the paper, I want to know whether you are eligible or you are able to apply the theory you have studied in OB into the real-time case study. Am I right? If you are not telling me any theory from the OB and you are just writing some answer, this is how it is, so you can do like this as a common layman. Is it okay? Can I give you marks for that? No. I want OB in the paper. I am giving a case study in OB. I want some OB in the answer. Otherwise, I cannot give you marks. First point, remember that. Second point, there is a way of writing a case study. Right? So follow that. You don't take your own method. There is a way. Do that. Third, read the case. Case reading is an art. You have to once, twice, thrice you have to read. First time you read the case, second time you take a pencil and underline. If it is not possible for this exam, I am telling you in the life, when there is a case, when there is a problem, this is how you have to analyze. Second time you with a pencil underline what are the key points. Third time you think about joining these key points. So case study, case reading itself is a important thing. So remember these 3 points. Okay, we want some theory application in the case study. Second one point, follow the proper method. Third, read the case properly and then come to a conclusion and write. Clear? Let us get into the case study and I'll tell you how to write. See, I have named this. This is a story I have myself has written, so nothing related to any of the things in the world. So don't imagine anything. So I have named this case as cool as cucumber, right? Because Satyan is a very comfortably grown, what do you say, born with a silver spoon with a company in his hand. Father has found a company and he is a very bubbly boy. Always he'll be smiling and good. And Satyan completed his master degree and joined his dad's company as middle level manager. Okay, so he comes here, maybe let us imagine he has studied abroad and he has come and joined the company as a middle level manager. Okay, directly without any experience. That is a case reading, as I told you. See, it is not written in the case. Do you understand? You have to understand that what it says, completed his master's degree and joined the company. So that means he doesn't have any work experience. That is the in between lines case reading. Do you understand that? Right. So what is the next slide? Okay. So now what happens? Satyan with no prior experience stumbled on the decision making part of his job profile. He is not able to do the decision making. He knows the theory. He has studied that. But he is not able to decide. Decision making needs experience, right? So he wanted to show himself confident in front of his subordinate and his parents. So he kept his troubles to himself. We call this as dilemma. Okay, this is not given in the case. But you have to understand, this is what we are expecting. When you are writing this analysis, what you will be writing? He is having decision-making dilemmas, ethical dilemmas. He is not able to make decisions. So when you are continuously confronting the decision-making part, what will happen? You will be burnt out, right? So that is why it is, I think, anybody here who has worked as a manager or a parent, when you have to decide continuously, that will be affecting the other person. If it is a decision for you, that won't be a big result. See, for example, I have to select a dress for me. It is not going to bother me. But if I have to make a decision that is going to affect the other person, it becomes a burden for me, whether my decision is right or wrong. So that is what Satyan is undergoing here. So he is not able to properly make the decisions. So he is keeping the trouble himself because he has grown up like that. That is why we, again, OB theory, what it is here, his behavioral pattern is cool, always smiling because he has grown up in such an environment. He thinks that he is a cool person. His behavior is that he believes in that. So what happens? The symptoms arise. What are those symptoms? Satyan starts alcohol as an escape route, avoids family time, smiles at office but get irritated to himself because he is acting, lost appetite, weight loss, lost his charm. All these things happen with Satyan. So a boss, Gunasekaran of Satyan, he is the general manager. He is a boss of Satyan, noticed and wanted to help him, whether it is stress, right? So now the question, what is that? What would you do if you are Gunasekaran, if you are general manager? Remember, he is not your subordinate only. He is also boss son, right? What would you do as his subordinate, right? If you are under Satyan, what you will be doing? And what would you do if you are Satyan? What you are going to do? This is what the case is about. Okay. So how to write the case study? As I told you, first thing is read the case twice, thrice. So when you are reading it for the second and third time, you will be underlining what is the real, whatever I discussed just now. Those things you will be able to think on that. So how a case is written. Remember, this is the format. First point is identification of problem. Right? This identification of problem is of two parts. One is the real problem. The second one is hidden problem. Always in any case, if you see, a surface problem will be there. Right? A surface problem is what is evident. What is evident in this case? He is stressed out, but there will be a hidden problem. That is why. That is identification of problem. This can be a small paragraph, surface and the real problem. Only 2-3 lines per. Okay. Second part is analysis of case. Analysis of case can be a bigger area. You have to write 2 to 3 pages if you want. You can write. Analysis is your area. You can play whatever comes to your mind when reading to the case. See, just now we discussed, right, that he is born with silver spoon. He is not facing any problem, so he is not able to decide all these, but relate to the theory, behavioral theory. You can say about his values, beliefs, attitude, personality, whatever we can relate to the theory, you apply here, whatever you have studied. So analysis can be all the theories, whatever, underline the theory. This is the OB theory that is related to this, so this is it. The third one is suggestion and recommendations. Out of this, what you feel, how the problem can be solved. And out of those recommendations and solutions, your suggestions, you take one as solution and give it as a conclusion. This is how we need the case study to be written. In this, all the three parts should be small. Okay, only analysis part should be bigger. And recommendations and suggestions, always make it as a bullet point, right? Statement by statement. Don't write it as a paragraph. Okay, and out of that, any one recommendation you take and expand that bullet point. You take this is, I think, is the best solution, and justify it. Explain it with a theory again. I think this is right because the OB theory is like this. Based on this OB theory, I think this would be the proper solution. If you are able to write like this, out of 15 marks, I think you can easily get around 12 marks, 10 to 12 marks. Easily you can get if you follow these patterns, right? For you, I have just analyzed. I'll give you small hints on how to write this case, particular case.
Ma'am,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you, ma'am.
Yes.
There are two types of problems.
Yes.
The problems faced by Satyan in the organization,
Yes.
and another one is the problems of Satyans. That is personal problem.
Yes.
Because his inefficiency to
Yes. Yes.
face the problem and to sort out the solutions
Yes.
or whatever it is.
Yes.
So how to classify these two,
This
ma'am?
is why, see, I
Like,
have given you the surface problem. What we are seeing is Satyan
yeah.
has stress. Stress is the problem, surface problem. But
Yes.
what is the real hidden problem here, according to OB? He is
Yeah.
not properly trained.
Approaching the problem.
Yeah, to be a middle level manager, what you should have been? You should have been a lower
Because
level
of
manager first.
inexperience, is it? Because of inexperience.
Inexperience, he is not trained. See,
Okay, ma'am.
to be a
Okay.
manager, the training is very important. He has not been trained as a lower level manager. Induction is very important. He should be inducted, right? Just can you give me 1 minute, please? Sorry for that. Okay, so come back. So, yeah. So what is that? The real problem is the stress is not a problem. Why the stress was caused? He was not properly inducted into the organization. You can, this case has a lot of dimensions. That is why I gave you this case. See, you can see placement is a problem. He is not properly placed. Can you see? Induction is not induction is a problem. He is not properly inducted. He is not oriented. He is not properly recruited at all.
Yes, not been trained properly right from the
These are
first
dimensions of
stage.
HR. You can take up as a
Yeah.
see the same
Yeah.
case can be given in HRM also. If it is given in HRM, you can say it is a poor succession planning. The
Yes,
problem is poor succession plan. So every case have lot of dimensions. You think it as a OB problem so that you will apply OB theories.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Thank you,
You
ma'am.
put a OB class for OB. Same case is given in performance management. Put a performance management class. So according to that, you decide. Okay. So this is about the hidden problem. Then the analysis. Why I have given the blank page is analysis is, as I told you, your area. Whatever Dr. Satyanarayana just told, you can analyze according to your wish. Whatever you want, you can write. You are the master of that particular area, right? Then suggestion and recommendations for this case. So he can observe, evaluate, you can find the stressors, Healing time, give him time to come out of the stress, time to change. Stress management techniques can be then mentoring. The Gunasekaran can be the mentor and mentoring can be done. So these are suggestions and recommendations. So the conclusion is up to you. Why I have not again given any conclusion is there is no right answer for any case. So be confident about that. A case is how you are going to approach to that case study. Remember, are you getting my point? You are the manager, your opinion matters. As an evaluator, I have no right to say that you are wrong in your opinion. If you are a manager, you are
Yes, ma'am.
entitled to take any decision. So as an evaluator, I will never say your case is wrong. I am only worried about how you are thinking as a OB student. Do you get my point? So don't get panic when you are
Yeah,
in
ma'am.
a case study that I don't know the answer. There is no correct answer for any case study unless until it is a mathematical problem or accounting problem involved. Apart from that, any subject, any case study, you are the boss for that. Remember that. But
Thank you, ma'am.
yes,
Thank you.
you have to tell us that, justify that, why you want that marks, how you have to earn the marks. Just because you are writing some story, we cannot remember that. You have to earn the marks. When you will earn the marks? When you know the subject. Tell me that you know the subject, you will get the marks. Right?
Ma'am, I have
Understood.
Application is
I
important.
understood, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. So this is about the case. This is common for all the theory subjects. You can apply this for any common, all the common subjects. Even people say you can use the threat and other things. Okay, SWOT methods you can use. Analysis can be of any type. It is not that always you have to use a SWOT analysis method. You can write any analysis method, whichever is comfortable to you. Okay, right? This
Ma'am,
is about
sorry
the
to
case.
interrupt you, ma'am.
Yeah,
Ma'am,
no,
we
no
can first
interruption.
we can write a summary of the case, ma'am.
Yeah, that is not necessary. If you want, you can write as a first, but don't write
Just
again a
paper
bigger
coverage,
paragraph.
ma'am.
Yeah, just a small paragraph you can write about executive summary of the case, but not necessarily optional. Okay, if you want, you can write because again you are going to write whatever is given in the case. Okay, right. So
One thing, ma'am, we have to write.
if you have any doubts, you can ask for 2-3 minutes. Then we'll wind up. Okay. Yes.
One thing I want to ask you that for every question we have to evaluate in this four method.
Jinendra, I'm not able to hear your question properly. Can you come on?
I am asking for every question we have to evaluate the answer in this four method.
Yes, yes. For most of the theory papers, you can write this as a side headings. Identification of problem, analysis, recommendation, conclusion. Minimum
No,
response.
madam, I am asking you in this case study. You asked the three questions,
Yes,
and
yes, exactly. Very good
every
point.
question we have to evaluate in this four method.
Yes, if the questions are asked after all these things, in the conclusion, after analysis, in the recommendation section itself, you can write, instead of recommendation, you can write the answer for A, B, 3. But identification analysis you write. That is how you will arrive at the proper answer for these three questions. If the questions are asked in the case, answer those questions without fail. A, B, C, right? If the questions are not asked, if some cases will be open, just the case will be given, nothing else, no question will be asked. In those cases, you have to write recommendation, solution, and conclusion. In this case, to channelize you, to introduce you, I have given you like 3 questions. These 3 questions, if it is not present, you have to ask yourself and write. That is how we expect.
Ma'am,
One
maximum
more
how
thing.
many page we want to write, ma'am?
Yes, Abhinaya?
Maximum how many page we want to write, ma'am?
As I told you, see, other 3 subheadings, identification, recommendation, and conclusion should be very small, crisp. Don't write excessively. Analysis can be of 1 to 2 pages. That is enough. Don't write more than that.
Madam, one more question. You told the three ways of case study. Can
Yes.
you explain again? Three ways of case study, starting the theory applications, and after that you
No.
elaborate few
Yes.
things of.
Yes. See, first thing is theory application. You have to at least minimum of one theory. You say that based on this theory, I think this conclusion would be better, right? The second part is always follow the format. Okay, you say that I'm following this format, analysis format like that. The third one is make it crisp. Don't write too much, and the evaluator should get convinced that you have studied the subject. You do that. Justify the conclusion. Enough, right? Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other doubt?
Ma'am, there is
Ma'am, can you
YouTube
share the
summary
PPT,
of
ma'am?
application.
Yeah, I'll share the PPT. But as I am telling you, this is a teaching tool, not learning tool. This is for me to reach out to you, not for the exam point of view. Okay, remember that. That is why I give only bullet points and pictures, so that you will also study the book, not the PPTs. Okay.
Ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes,
I have a
Abhinay.
doubt. Ma'am, there is one YouTube channel called Akshaya Publication. It's providing our important questions, ma'am. Can we follow that or not, ma'am?
It is up to you. It has nothing to do with DDE. Okay, we don't own that. I
Similar
cannot
question
comment
papers
on
are there,
the
ma'am.
private channel actually.
Okay,
It is
ma'am.
a private YouTube channel. We don't have anything to do with it. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Anything else? Any other
Thank you,
doubts?
ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me more time that we are
Thank you,
taking
ma'am. Thank
15.
you.
We will meet tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow maybe 10 to 11. We will be having the first hour class tomorrow.
Yeah, ma'am.
So we may not be having much time after. I prefer 12 to 1 or 3 to 4 so that I can take 10-15 minutes. But tomorrow we have first hour class 10 to 11. So we'll finish up the class tomorrow. That is why I wanted to finish the case study today itself. Okay. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for the
Thank you,
patience.
ma'am. Bye, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good, good evening, ma'am.